Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Insignio Dr. Zaini Ujang, the Secretary General of Ministry of Environment and Water. Technology Samsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, Chief Executive Officer of MGTC, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, Director of Economic Planning Unit, Sarawak. Honorable Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab 2021, held in conjunction with the International Green Tech and Eco Products Exhibition and Conference Malaysia 2021 or virtual IGEM 2021. Before we begin, I, Abraham Danishman, is honored to be here as the master of the ceremony for this virtual hydrogen strategic lab. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the series of activities of Day 4 and the final day of this event. First, we will begin with the welcoming remarks by the Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment and Water, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Insignio Dr. Zaini Ujang, followed by a man-setting presentation by the CEO of MGTC Technology Shamsul Bahar. Then, we will have our strategic lab session, which is the key event of the day, before summing up with a closing speech by also the CEO of MGTC Technology Shamsul Bahar. To start our event today, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Murshid Muhammad Kashfi from MGTC to recite the dua.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, I bid to all. We may start our prayer with the recitation of Kitab Al-Fatiha. A'udhu billahi samil alim minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. Allahumma ya Allah, on this blessed morning, in conjunction with the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessings to us, your humble servant, to live in safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that will detrimental the progress of this event. Ya Muzil al-Barakat, bestow peace to our beloved country Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat and disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders, and our country. Bestow patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds and please reward us accordingly. Allahumma inna na'udhu bika min al-baras wal-junun wal-juzam wa min sayyi al-asqam. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Murshid, for the dua. Hopefully, every single one of us will benefit from our event today with his blessing. Next, I would like to invite the Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment and Water, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Insignio Dr. Sri Ujang, for the welcoming remarks.
Sorry, Dato', please unmute your mic.
Boleh ya? Boleh dengar? Boleh dengar? Okey. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Yang berbahagia Datuk Profesor Engineer Abu Bakar Jaafar, yang berusaha Teknologi Shamsul Bahar bin Muhammad Noor, yang berusaha Profesor Muhammad Abdullah Zaidil, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to thank MGTC and the co-organizers for this event, for inviting me to deliver this welcoming remark. I would like to express my appreciation to the Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation, and Nano Malaysia Berhad for supporting this event. The Strategic Lab is in conjunction with the International Green Tech Conference and Eco Products Exhibition 2021. Allow me to reiterate what we have done in Malaysia in relation to climate change as well as hydrogen ecosystem. We started in 2002 by having Dasar Alam Sekitar Negara, despite we have Environmental Quality Acts in 1974. And then we had our Dasar Teknologi Hijau, Dasar Perubahan Iklim Negara, and then followed by Green Technology Master Plan. So last year we embarked on environmental sustainability in Malaysia roadmap. Yeah, so this is very important. And this week we are finalizing nationally determined contribution (NDC), and next year we are going to have long-term low emission development strategy. I think this is to be taken from macro perspective in order to move forward with green options such as hydrogen economy. And I realized that EPU is working on national energy policy, finalizing the documents. I think after NDC ready, national energy policy will be available. And we have also national automotive, national transport policy, and low carbon mobility. So I think this helps us to work on the hydrogen economy. Let me reiterate that at the moment, based on our BUR, biennial update reports, energy sector contribute about 80% of the carbon emission, and 41% from electricity generation, and transportation is only 25%. Oil and gas industries, petroleum refining, gas transformation, fugitive emissions, it's the rest. So you just imagine if you want to target as far as hydrogen economy is concerned, we have to target at least the first two. Yeah, I was informed that Malaysian government is trying to give incentive for hydrogen cars or vehicles in the future. So this is good, so that at least we have the footprint in the country. I would like to reiterate the policy that we started with solar panel about 5 years ago or 7 years ago, yeah, to be exact. We started by importing solar panels, and later, because of the market is available in the country and the expertise is mushrooming, so many companies can manufacture the solar panels in Malaysia. So many corporations will do that in order to secure the market around here. In 2016, if you want to fix a solar panel in Philippines or in Thailand, you have to get an engineer from Germany to come. Yeah, I was told at that time we already know how to fix them. My house solar panel was fixed in 2000, was installed in 2016 by our local boys. So it shows that by allowing foreign products to enter our country first, allow us to prepare ourselves. We need technicians, we need workshops to be ready. And if we want to have hydrogen car, hydrogen vehicles, we have to have that first in the country. Yeah, so I hope that in our workshop today, we'll be able to outline that very easily. And then please mimic after solar panel. And this is very important. And finally, now we can replace our electricity generation RE more than 20% in the future by solar. This is what we can, in order to have hydrogen, I'm very glad that by 2024, our energy reserve margin will exceeding 40%. It means that 40% capacity, or make it 20% capacity, can be used to generate hydrogen. So it is, I mean, we can use excess hydropower that we have, excess solar power that we have, excess water pressure, wastewater, and the rest. Yeah. So, for example, biomass is still an issue in the country to resolve for emitting GHG. This is what I shared during our discussion last few days. The red one is what we are doing at the moment, which I think it is doable and we are progressing. In order to land into a tangible initiative, we have to go on the green colors. Yeah, say for example, green hydrogen production. The production of hydrogen, if you can do it, you can sell to Singapore, you can sell to Japan or many countries. They are trying to get hydrogen as much as well. So that is the first thing that we can do. And finally, we can have the whole ecosystem in place. This is my last slide. Say for example, this is potential hydrogen production in the city, KL and Penang. And this is about enhancing our capacity in sewage treatment facilities that we have at the moment. So by doing that, we are helping to reduce our carbon emission, converting our carbon emission into hydrogen. This is what I think the ideal ecosystem for hydrogen in the future. I would like to thank everyone for this opportunity, especially to have this strategic lab. We will be able to map out and chart the trajectory of the hydrogen ecosystem as one of the essential energy carriers in the country. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate everyone, and I pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for this event to be successful later today. Thank you all very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Datuk Sri Zaini, for the welcoming remarks. Thank you for taking your time to grace this ceremony. Now, we welcome the CEO of MGTC Technology, Samsul Bahar, to deliver his presentation on visioning a hydrogen economy for Malaysia. Please welcome Technology Samsul Bahar.
Thank you, Abraham. Greetings, everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Insinyur Dr. Zaini Ujang, KSU KASA. Yang berbahagia Datuk Profesor Insinyur Bakar Jaafar, Chairman MGTC. Yang berusaha Profesor Muhammad Abdullah Zaidal, Director EPU Sarawak. Members of the audience, fellow panelists and friends. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the final day of the long week of the International Hydrogen Forum and Strategic Lab organized by KASA and MGTC. The takeaway of today's half-day lab session is most important. We shall dissect all presentations throughout the whole week and craft out Malaysia's own strategy for hydrogen economy. I would like to share my slides to start with the conversation that we have today. Over the past decades, the need for carbon-free energy has driven increasing interest in hydrogen and the environmental clean fuel. Hydrogen is not a form of energy. It is an energy carrier, yet versatile, and can be used in a broad spectrum of applications. The beauty of hydrogen is that it can be stored and transported. But most importantly, it is available domestically in Malaysia. The only challenge is to harness hydrogen. The very large quantities of green hydrogen from renewable sources need to be produced to meet the growing demands and thus reduce the carbon dioxide emission, which is why we believe all forms of clean energy production of hydrogen should be pursued. What we are trying to establish here today is to identify the way forward for Malaysia to be a major producer and exporter of hydrogen, and thus creating an economy of hydrogen. Echoing the speech by Dr. Sri KSU, hydrogen is key in the energy security and for the sustainability of Malaysia. Now, this is what we envision. A society powered by hydrogen, which all daily operation applications utilize hydrogen as a single source of energy, from producers to the users. Let me take it back. The hydrogen economy is an economy that relies on hydrogen as a commercial fuel that would deliver substantial supply to the nation's energy and services. But we have to understand that this vision can only become reality if hydrogen can be produced from domestic energy sources economically in an environmentally friendly manner. In other words, we cannot be importing hydrogen. We have to produce hydrogen from renewable sources that we abundantly have. In retrospect to the year 2011, when the earthquake struck Japan, which caused heavy damage to the nuclear plants in Fukushima, which created an energy crisis in Japan. That natural disaster made the Japanese government decided to look for an alternative source of sustainable energy. And that initiated the Hydrogen Society Revolution in Japan, which planned to utilize hydrogen as a single source of power. The Hydrogen Society plan consists of 3 phases: an extension of the current fuel cell program, which includes broader diffusion of fuel cell into the global market, accompanied by dramatic cost reduction of both hydrogen and fuel cell. Envision the large-scale introduction of hydrogen power generation and the establishment of a widespread hydrogen supply infrastructure, and establish a zero carbon emission hydrogen supply system throughout the manufacturing process. The objective is to transform the Japanese energy supply, distribution and use towards wide-scale uptake of fuel cell technology and hydrogen as an energy carrier, and ultimately as a renewable source of energy throughout carbon-free hydrogen production technology. By 2040, Japan aims to have established a completely carbon dioxide-free hydrogen supply system. And there are 2 focus, which is energy and transportation. The implementation requires cross-ministerial coordination, creating a council for a strategy for hydrogen and fuel cell, which comprise of government, the industry, the academia, public, private funding directed at both R&D and financial incentives. Now, what are the global hydrogen economy opportunities that are being offered? According to the roadmap towards hydrogen economy, Hydrogen Council published in September 2017, we are looking at a value of $475 billion until 2030, with a potential of 280 billion worth of revenue. That is just until 2030, but what about 2040 and so on? From the World Energy Investment Report in 2020, hydrogen energy storage and fuel cell are the fastest growing investment by the venture capitalists in the energy sector alone. Now, what is required in the supply chain? According to Reagan report, the richness and complexity of hydrogen value chain requires very careful development and targeted policy interventions to nurture new markets and supply chains that will drive innovation, carbon reduction, and cost efficiency to deliver its full potential. The question is, do we have the required supply chain? And most importantly, do we have the production? The answer is, yes, we do. Now, these are the potentials that are available in Malaysia. The map of Malaysia, you can see areas that we can harness hydrogen. Currently, we have blue hydrogen and Petronas is stepping up on production. But what we also have is clean renewable sources of solar and water, and of course, agricultural waste that we could be harnessing from. We have methane from hundreds of palm oil mills throughout the country. We could produce hydrogen from the ocean, which is OTEC. We should produce from hydro dams, river basins, most water bodies, and also use of the large-scale solar, which we could use hydrolyzers and store hydrogen, and from biogas, and the list goes on and on. In a nutshell, Malaysia has the capability and capacity to produce green hydrogen. To create the value chain, we have the existing players and technologies. This is already in existence. The list is not exhaustive. More and more players are constantly knocking at our doors to offer as suppliers, transporters, technology know-hows, off-takers, and most importantly, the users itself. Let us revisit the Japan Hydrogen Society plan phases and use it in a Malaysian context. Phase 1, developing and manufacturing of hydrogen fuel cell. Check, we have that. Large-scale power generation. Check, we have that as well. Zero carbon emission hydrogen supply system. Check, we have that as well. With that, we could develop our own Malaysian Hydrogen Society within just weeks or months from today. Now, there are three main options of the value chain, and the lowest hanging fruit is option number 3, which is hydrogen as a commodity to be used in the energy sector, in mobility and chemical. This is just to get the ball rolling. And with that option, this could be materialized, the whole value chain from production until the users. The single most important contributor to greenhouse gas emission is energy. And hydrogen might be the very answer to reduce our greenhouse gas emission of 45% by 2030. What it takes to create hydrogen economy in Malaysia, we need the government intervention, policies, acts, regulation, which needs to be reviewed. The technology needs to be improved upon, and easiest way out is obviously technology transfer. But we have the technology domestically. We need to create more enablers, both local and foreign, to produce hydrogen. We will be requiring funding from direct domestic investment as well as foreign direct investment. We need to develop more off-takers and buyers, and to create awareness among the public to use clean energy. There's a need to have behavioral changes. We need the eco shift to create a cultural revolution to adopt green practices and green lifestyle. For the strategic lab today, there are several deliverables that we have to establish. The lab is just a half-day session, but it will kickstart with more labs and engagement with stakeholders and to create the vision and mission statement. We have to know the objectives: who, why, when, where, and how. The typical 4 wives and a husband. Targets to decarbonization is very much needed, and we work backwards in achieving the targets. We need to create the product capacity and demand as well as technology capabilities, and the requirements as in my earlier slides. And there must be a certain resolution or accord that we can produce from today's discussion. This is the report from perspective on hydrogen in the APEC region. Asia Pacific Energy Research Center published in 2018 for Malaysia in the year 2040. It looks rather conservative and lame to comprehend. I would like to envision this. Visioning a hydrogen economy for Malaysia, we need to be more bold and ambitious in our direction. Collectively, the numbers are very possible. We need to believe, plan, do, check, and action. Our goals are for hydrogen to be the cornerstone of new energy economy in Malaysia. For Malaysia to take lead among ASEAN countries on hydrogen supply chain and shift from moderate to high significant trade in the APEC economies. For Malaysia to invest in research, development, and infrastructure projects of hydrogen technologies to address domestic consumption, stability and security of energy, sustaining international energy trading, reduce dependency on importing economies, and decarbonize emission. We have this, and we should proceed in making this a reality. With that, I wrap up the presentation, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity, and thank you to all the audience for the week-long session that we had. And let's hope we can have this final leg to be very impactful. Thank you very much, and terima kasih. Back to you, Abraham.
Thank you, Technology Samsul, for the presentation. Now I hope that all participants, panelists, and moderator are ready for the key event of the day, the Hydrogen Strategic Lab. Now, without further ado, I will now pass my microphone to the moderator for this session. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah.
Thank you, Abraham, for the MC, and then and the rest of the members this morning. Welcome to the discussion, shareholders discussion session, strategic lab for the way forward for hydrogen economy in Malaysia. With me today, this morning, I have 6 panelists with me, and they are all very distinguished panelists. The first I would like to introduce is Tengku Kaha Muzaffar Tengku Muhammad Yusuf Anwar, who is a Senior Principal Assistant Secretary to the Ministry of Transport. Can you raise your hands up? All right. And then next is Dr. Ruslinda Rahim, Director of National Nanotechnology Center. Doctor? All right. And then next is Professor Dr. Arshad Ahmad, Institute of Future Energy, University Technology Malaysia. Prof? Mana Prof? All right. And then we have with us here fellow Sarawakian, Mr. Leon Liu Chi from Sarawak Energy Berhad. Yeah. And then obviously the one of those pioneer in this hydrogen economy in Malaysia, Professor Siti Kalsum Kamarudin, from UKM, Director of Fuel Cell Institute, UKM. Delighted to have you, Prof. And finally, IR Norziah Muda Omar, Head of Renewable Energy and Green Technology Unit of TNB Research. I believe I met you once during one of those conferences that we are in. Yeah,
the academic science one.
Yeah, we meet again. All right. So thank you very much for the panelists who make their time and presence this morning. Before I start the session, give me the chance to introduce myself, audience and fellow panelists. Foremost, my name is Muhammad Abdullah Zaidel. I'm the Director of Economic Planning Unit Sarawak, and I'm delighted to be given the opportunity to moderate this important session as part, I would say this will be a part of the history of Malaysia, where effort have been done towards a sustainable environment management. And hydrogen is actually one of the key factors All right. Welcome back. Yeah. So I'm back now. All right. Anyway, EPU Sarawak have been given the task to a mandate to
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry that we have some technical difficulties. In the meantime, while Professor Muhammad Zaidal can enter back into the window, I will be taking over to have this discussion set. I think Dr. Muhammad is already here.
Yeah.
Over to you, Dr. Muhammad.
Thank you very much. I think I just cut short my introduction of myself in the state of Sarawak. But anyway, we will continue as we go because of the time factor. Just a little bit, actually we have the first refueling station, as I said just now, in this region. And then the state government have spent about 15 million to initiate it. And we have imported 3 actually hydrogen buses flying in Kuching to educate the public. And at the same time, our Chief Minister, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Abang Abdul Rahman Zohari, have his official car, hydrogen Nexo, SUV, which he uses as his official vehicle to move around in Kuching. So, and basically to educate the public that hydrogen is safe fuel of the future. So with all this initiative and what the federal level is doing, we are grateful. Those people who really fight for this hydrogen economy in Malaysia, we are very grateful for this conference to be held. So with that, I would like to invite a panel member to say some words on about themselves and what the organization have been doing and how they see hydrogen economy looking forward. So I suppose the first that I like to pick up here is Tengku lah, Tengku KASA Muzaffar. If you can start the ball rolling, sir. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very good.
All right. So welcome and a very good morning to everyone, especially to Yang Bahagia Datuk Sri Dr. Zaini Ujang, Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment and Water, Yang Berusaha TS Syamsul Bahar, CEO of Greentech, and of course Mr. Moderator and fellow panelists. I'm Tengku KASA from MOT, and presently my portfolio is actually looking at the implementation of the National Transport Policy, a document which was launched by the Prime Minister in October 2019. And it has initiatives and programs until the year 2030. The 2030 is considered as a long-term initiative under the National Transport Policy. Now, in the National Transport Policy, originally we actually identified that in terms of one of the trusts, which actually trust number 4, is for us attaining eco-friendly measures for transportation. And one of the major items in order for us to attain this is through electric vehicles. And one of the main drives for this is primarily because of the Paris Agreement, which Malaysia has signed, which has, as part of our target, is to reduce 45% of our GHG emission by 2030. Of course, other countries have their own targets. Hence, the drive towards renewable energy-based, non-polluting, means of transport. And electric vehicles can provide the mechanism in order for us to achieve this target of reducing our GHG emission. Of course, hydrogen is definitely one of the viable options also. At the moment, we see that the price actually is a major constraint because the price is actually quite high. And although there have been some good progress on its price reduction from what I have read, for example, that in 2010, the cost of electrolysis produced hydrogen has fallen to now. Earlier it was maybe $10 to $15 per kilogram. Now it can become as low as $4 per kilogram. So therefore, this shows that on the trend in which the price is going down, it is very positive for hydrogen to be a viable option as, for example, in terms of using fuel cells in transportation. Definitely, hydrogen has more, the energy density as compared with batteries. It has at least double. And it would be a viable option for aviation especially. Because right now, if using electricity as an option for transport fuel for aviation, we can only have a maximum of maybe 12 seaters. But with fuel cell, you can actually go even more. So this is definitely a way forward that we can see that we'll have hydrogen coming up as an option after electric vehicles. It is good that Sarawak has a lot of new initiatives on this. We can see that Sarawak is very ambitious. It has hydrogen buses. It has, just now I have heard that it has refueling stations. And we need to actually have more research in order for us to reduce the cost of reducing the, the manufacturing of hydrogen so that this can be a viable option in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tengku, for your enlightening start. And next is Dr. Ruslinda from Nanotechnology. Maybe you can introduce yourself and your organization and how you see hydrogen economy going forward.
Right. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. I'm Ruslinda from National Nanotechnology Center, a division under Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. So basically our role is we're looking on the nanotechnology perspective. We are currently having a policy and of course, as we know that nanotechnology is cutting across all the sectors, economy, and when we talk about the hydrogens, the sector which I mean is in energy. So in energy, the influence of the nanotechnology, it could be in the materials, it could be in the electronics, the part of it. So there is a numbers of things that could be implemented towards in hydrogen parts. Our roles in MOSTI is actually we are a coordinations for the R&D with respects on the nanotechnology, the whole of for the country. And currently, MOSTI as a role to develop the hydrogen and technology roadmap that leading by lead by our strategic partner with Nano Malaysia Berhad and the partnership with Academic Science Malaysia and also MGTC, which is today's event. So I'm really glad that we are looking towards on hydrogen economy since most of the other countries in the outside, in overseas, they are already starting over using this hydrogen technology. I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And next, Professor Arshad Ahmad, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Datuk Sri Zaini, technologies, Samsul, panelists, and all the audience. Okay, let me just quickly introduce our organization. Okay, we are Institute of Future Energy, an institute that combines 3 research centers. One is where I belong to, which is a Center for Hydrogen Energy. Used to be called Institute of Hydrogen Economy when we were established in 2009. And we have our sister organization that deals with power conversion on the electrical part, which convert all the renewable energy into electricity. And then we also have another sister organization called Ocean Thermal Energy Center, which research on the OTEC energy source. And in the Center for Hydrogen Energy, we started the work on hydrogen and fuel cells since the late 1990s, together with UKM and Pusat Tenaga at that time. And we have developed several demo projects during that time, in addition to fundamental study projects like the fuel cell motorcycle, backup power supply, and so forth and so on. But now we are more focusing into hydrogen production, particularly on the green hydrogen production that is more direct. We have, for example, we are still continuing on our effort on electrolyzer, okay, with various different type of electrolyzer, including some of the thermal processes and so on. But at the same time, we are also looking into new processes where the conversion is more direct. One of our pet project currently is basically photoelectrochemical process, which convert the direct sunlight into hydrogen. And currently it is very low efficiency, it's about 10%, and we believe in the near future we will be able to improve it to higher percentage in terms of conversion. The main advantage is that because it is direct, rather than we have to go through several phases or several conversion processes. For example, if you're talking about wind, solar, and other renewable energy, convert into electricity, and then you convert into hydrogen, so you got 2 conversion. So we have to look into something that more direct. That's the role of a research institute like us. Okay, and we also work on hydrogen storage. In particular, we are very interested in storage of hydrogen in organic liquid, rather than storage in a typical storage option that we have been working on, like pressure vessel, metal hydride, cryogenic condition, and so on. So now we are moving into storing hydrogen in terms of organic liquid. So it involves hydrogenation and dehydrogenation. So there are some processes or demo project that has been developed in the Europe, but I believe this is one of the options, because with this approach, we can, if we talk about hydrogen mobility, for example, with this approach, we can use the current infrastructure and the current system of refueling and so on, and without having to deal with the issue of high pressure and so on. So in addition to that, our center is actively involved in safety aspect of energy system. We do research, consulting and so on fire explosion, accident investigation, risk management, and also failure prediction. So if when we talk about the hydrogen future in Malaysia, we realize everybody will have to agree hydrogen is not a cheap energy. So we are not talking about something cheap. We are talking about something that can give us a good future, a bright future for the future generation, where with the energy that is clean, that can provide all the sustainability objective, and also a better world for the future generation. So with that spirit, I believe we can reduce the cost with a proper incentive and with a collaboration and all the combined effort of many people. Then we can reduce the cost and moving in the right direction. But it will be very difficult to visualize hydrogen as the cheapest energy source. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Very promising indeed. Leon is from SEB. Please introduce yourself, Leon, and what SEB plans to do with hydrogen economy plan. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Muhammad. Good morning, Dr. Sri, Dr. Zaini, Secretary General, Ministry of Environment and Water, and Technology Samsul, CEO of Malaysia Green Tech. And good morning to the organizer to invite Sarawak Energy to participate in this panelist strategy lab, and to the fellow panelists. Sarawak Energy is a vertically integrated energy development and power utility group in Sarawak, fully owned by Sarawak government. We have the vision to achieve sustainable growth and prosperity for Sarawak by meeting the region need for reliable and renewable energy. Sarawak Energy, we have about 5,000 workforce, and we are the Malaysia largest provider of renewable energy and expanding customer base of more than 700,000 accounts, serving the population of 3 million across Sarawak. In the hydrogen landscape, under the strong vision of our Yang Bahagia Chief Minister and also Dr. Muhammad, Director of Economic Planning Unit, Sarawak Energy is supporting Sarawak government in spearheading, piloting Sarawak, and also the Southeast Asia first integrated hydrogen production and refueling station. It was commissioned back in May 2019, and the refueling station has a production capacity of 130 kilograms of hydrogen per day. And the hydrogen purity that produced for mobility use is 99.999% to support up to 5 fuel cell buses and 10 fuel cell cars. At the moment in Sarawak, we have 3 fuel cell buses and 2 fuel cell car by Sarawak Energy and another one driven by Chief Minister that Dr. Muhammad mentioned. So the Hyundai Nexo that we have in Sarawak, the uniqueness of the hydrogen car compared to normal electric car is the 6-minute filling of 6 kilogram hydrogen can travel up to 660 kilometers. So there is a huge range with a short filling time. So that is what we have accomplished in Sarawak with piloting, and also we established a guerrilla to visit the visitors throughout the world to demonstrate the hydrogen plant here. Going forward, what Sarawak Energy and Sarawak that we are looking for. In Sarawak, we know we have a cost-competitive renewable energy sources, and it is the best economic and environmental sense to follow the electrolysis to produce the green hydrogen from the hydropower, hybrid with the renewable solar that we have. And this is a guaranteed carbon-free neutral hydrogen. And this creates a huge potential for Sarawak to be the net exporter of green energy to the neighboring energy-hungry market. If you look at globally today, to transport renewable in bulk quantity, hydrogen is the only technically feasible option for distant country. If the neighboring country, we can use undersea cable or overhead transmission line. But for distant country that 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers away, hydrogen at the moment is the only technically feasible option that we can explore. So with this vision in mind, Sarawak is looking to tap into this major revenue stream that we can develop sustainably by monetizing our renewable energy resources that we have and export to the hydrogen demanding region. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Leon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leon, for a very brief introduction. So for the rest, I think we have quite time limitation. Maybe Prof. Siti Kalsom, over to you, Prof.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Yang Berusaha Datuk Seri Zaini Ujang, TS Syamsul, and so audience. Very good morning and Assalamualaikum to everyone. So basically, I'm from Fuel Cell Institute of UKM. It's a research institute under UKM, where we are focusing on mainly on the fuel cell and also hydrogen, as well as the energy and also energy policy management. So Fuel Cell Institute was established in the year of 2008, but we have started our research in fuel cell since in the middle of 90s. So basically at that time we were focusing on developing fuel cell system using gray hydrogen. So as the times goes, the technology, then we moved towards blue hydrogen in the year of 2008. And finally, now we are focusing on the green hydrogen. Basically, in our Fuel Cell Institute, we have several targets, not only on the current application of fuel cell technologies, also on the emerging fuel cell technology for future. So in Fuel Cell Institute, we have several focus. Mainly, we're also focusing on the fundamental aspect of the fuel cell system that involving the catalyst and also the membrane. As we heard over the 3 days of discussions, we heard so many problems for the system, like the cost and also the size that makes the main constraint for the commercialization of the fuel cell system. So where this group will be looking into the fundamental aspect, in fact, to introduce some of the nanotechnology to reduce the size and also to find some novel catalyst or membrane to replace the current catalyst and membrane that is very expensive in the market. So that is the main target also as a part of our KPI in our Fuel Cell Institute. Besides that, Fuel Cell Institute also introduced or explore some other application besides the transportation. It's like for stationary application of for power generation by using direct and indirect hydrogen, because basically we have to understand some of the applications are using direct hydrogen and also some of them are using hydrogen as the energy carrier. So basically we have like a liquid fuel cell that is focusing on future imaging potential application for hydrogen technology, and also a solid oxide fuel cell that is using the methane gas to produce the power. Besides that, we're also focusing on the micro biofuel cell, which we expect that will be one of the future imaging potential technology that we can use hydrogen as the carrier, but then from the wastewater. Despite all the direct application to hydrogen economy, we also developing standard and codes. We are working closely with some of the agencies on developing codes and standard as well as the policy. So we have worked closely with MCMC. In fact, we have we are waiting for the approval from the international bodies on some policies on standard and codes for hydrogen storage. Apparently, we are preparing a proposal for hydrogen as a backup system and also for transportation. So,
Prof, ada 1 minit lagi, Prof. 1 minit lagi.
So these are these are some of the efforts that we have done in FUSA in order to come together with other authorities to make the hydrogen economy in Malaysia. That's all from me.
That's very short. Yeah. Prof, thank you, Prof. I'm saving the best for the last, for the panelists lah. So Norziah Muda from Renewable Energy and Green Technology Unit of TNB Research. So the best for the last, for panelists lah, session. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad. Assalamualaikum, Datuk Sri Zaini Ujang, Technologist Samsul Muhammad Noor, CEO of Green Tech, moderators, panelists, and all the audience. I'm Norazia from TNB Research. So TNB Research is the research subsidiaries of wholly owned by TNB, whereby mainly our focus is solving our parent company issues. And at the moment, hydrogen is still not our power plant, but at the same time, TNB Research is also evaluating and foresighting and advise TNB on new technologies and all technology related to power supply industry. And hydrogen, it falls under one of the emerging clean technology, renewable energy and green technology. And the role of my unit is to drive overall research and development strategies in the field of this technology to provide overall decarbonization initiative for power generation up to the interconnection to the grid. And hydrogen has been considered as one of the decarbonization initiative for TNB. However, we are still looking in detail into that. I mean, we don't put that in our roadmap or anything yet. Talking about R&D, TMB Research has started this initiative on hydrogen since nearly 20 years ago, whereby in 2004, in our first, we call it technology roadmap or TRM1, we have identified hydrogen energy as an enabler under proactive environmental management for long-term strategy. So moving forward, after that, we grow organically in terms of this hydrogen journey, because at that time, people are scared to talk about hydrogen yet. I mean, people said that hydrogen going to be explosive and all that. So we grow organically, but at the same time, we develop a few projects, pilot and R&D on this hydrogen production and utilization. The two pilot project the two big pilot project that we has been working. The first one is on the hydrogen production from biomass gasification, and the second one is on the hydrogen application under carbon capture and utilization, meaning to say that for decarbonization approach, we are going to use hydrogen in combination with the CO2 that is currently the issue for power plant to be combined for production of other commodity for other industries. And other than that, under basic research, at the moment, there are also production of biohydrogen under the waste to energy umbrella. So that's a bit brief introduction of what my company is currently doing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Norazia. When you say that earlier just now that people are skeptical about hydrogen initially because what they know about hydrogen bomb. Itulah masalah dia. I mean, those are the issues that a lot of public optics from the public about hydrogen of the hydrogen bomb that create that sort of skeptical among the public. But actually, it's not there. I mean, what happened actually? There's some. Probably I'm not the scientist here, but probably some sharing. I think hydrogen is much more cleaner, very light gas, and and explosion. Okay, now I'm going to throw in questions. So the first person to answer this question, we have extra marks, boleh tak? So I like to throw this question and to everybody panelists. Those who wish to answer first, and it's also open to the rest. I'd like to ask, how do you see the readiness of Malaysia in pursuing hydrogen economy in Malaysia? I remember Encik Samsul mentioned a bit about this just now, the clue. Maybe for any of the panelists who would like to take up.
Dr. Mohamad, if I can give some input.
Okay, Prof, over to you.
Actually, if I can give some input based on our experience in Fuel Cell Institute. As I mentioned, we have established institute quite early 90s. But then at that time, it's quite difficult for us to approach the industry to get some input on our related research and to knock the door of the industries. But then if we see on the last 3 days discussion, I'm very happy to see that everyone is talking in the same language. Everyone aware about hydrogen. However, in my opinion, based on some global benchmarking from the countries, it's based on the governance, parameter, R&D, talent, investment, funding, and also infrastructure technology. I can see that Malaysia is quite far from the countries like Australia, South Korea, US, and also China, Finland, and others. In fact, like in Indonesia also, they have some, they already launched fuel cell as their product for telco, things like that. However, when we see the support given by the government on the policy that reduce the carbon by 2020 in terms of 35%, I think it's a very convenient and good support. And I'm confident with current situation by the agency and also in the industry as well as the institutional and the government, we can catch up with other countries and we can make it for hydrogen economy within the time given.
Yeah, that's the spirit, Prof. Positiveness. That's the spirit. We have to be very positive. Thank you, Prof. Siti, and maybe Prof. Ashab, kalau ada, if you have any 1 or 2 words.
Okay, I'm looking from another perspective. If we look at the industry, for example, Now, we are very delighted, very enthusiastic about green energy and so on. But at the present, if we look from the blue hydrogen perspective, okay, there are so many processes in the industry that produces excess hydrogen, for example. Take an example as a propane dehydrogenation plant, which basically take propane and produce propylene. Then they have excess hydrogen. If they do not use that hydrogen, it will go to the flare and basically be burned, just like that. And this excess hydrogen in the industry, which is available plenty now in several of the companies which I'm aware, if we can somehow make use of it as a boiler feed or a mix fuel for boilers, for other things, or conversion through direct methanation to become a methane from CO2 combined with hydrogen and so on, then we can somehow make use of it rather than throwing it away or burning it, and at the same time reducing the use of other source of energy. So if we can encourage, for example, the industry to participate actively in that perspective, we can quickly and immediately implement this sort of thing. When we talk about the bigger, people like to talk about hydrogen mobility, the fuel cell car and so on, it requires infrastructure building up, and it requires a strong policy from the government and collaboration between the energy company and also the automakers, for example, to combine together build filling station, for example. Refueling station has to be around, and the source of energy has to be around for that sort of initiative to be viable. So I think that will require some time, but we can start from something immediate, which is basically from the industry. Okay, that's a little bit from me.
Yeah, Prof. Thank you. Thank you for very enlightening. Of course, whether Deng Xiaoping say, be the cat black or white, as long as it catches the mice, it meets the objective.
Yeah.
So maybe Tengku, you like to say anything? Because Prof mentioned about transportation mobility tadi.
Okay. If I may add to the readiness of Malaysia, of course, infrastructure would be one of the main obstacles because we require massive infrastructure to make sure that the cost effectiveness of the utilizing hydrogen would be more viable. Not to steal the limelight, because at the moment we have another option which is quite predominantly being utilized in other countries. For example, in Europe, we have, or in China and US, we have an EV revolution at the moment. We have a company such as Volvo saying that they will stop producing ICE, internal combustion engine vehicles by 2025 even. So that means that we see that we need to move up the scale towards EV first. And then from there, hydrogen will be the next step because of the in terms of the infrastructure and also in terms of the cost. So we see that the move needs to head towards fast tracking towards EV, and from there we also need to fast track towards hydrogen. Of course, we can fast track towards hydrogen as what, for example, Sarawak government is doing right now because of availability of green hydrogen and your great ambitions on having refueling stations and so forth. That is something which is commendable, and by doing that also, it can also help to fast track so that hydrogen will become another viable option for the country for us to use once we have, for example, Sarawak as a main catalyst.
Yeah, thank you, Tengku. Just to share with you, Sarawak have the cheapest electricity rate in this region. Leon, if you can confirm me. And then with that, we have renewable energy, and then that by going through electrolysis from our reservoir of water from our hydro dam, it makes it very green and become green hydrogen. So thank you, Tengku and Professor. I'd like to throw the second question. Now, I need a very quick answer from the panelists. What should be Malaysia target for the short term, medium term, and long term for hydrogen economy and application of technologies in various economic sectors? For example, oil and gas, electricity, manufacturing, transportation, agriculture, and other sectors. What are our short term, medium term, long term aspiration for the country? Maybe who likes to answer this?
Can I give?
So
Nozia, right?
Yeah. Right.
Kita bagi ladies first. We give to the ladies first. Yeah.
Ladies first, right. Short term, medium term, and long term for this hydrogen economy. We are talking about the overall hydrogen economy, not only talking about the green or the hydrogen for decarbonization. I think we have to start with the use of whatever available hydrogen source, be it grey or not so clean hydrogen yet, to start the ball rolling. Because if we would like to wait for the green hydrogen with the cost and everything, we're not going to start anywhere. Even though we know that our Sarawak Energy, they have the abundance of cheap electricity, and they can produce the green hydrogen for their transportation purpose. But not all countries or not industry have that luxury. So I think each state or each industry, we have to start to see what is our competitive advantage in terms of moving forward with this hydrogen economy. For example, for R&D and innovation, we have to start with pilot plant, basic research and advanced research, as well as development for more bankable project of hydrogen, because these days the growth in terms of R&D on hydrogen is very fast. Recently, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I heard one. I'm in the one of the webinar. They started to mention about pink hydrogen. So that was the first time I heard about pink hydrogen, which is the production of hydrogen from nuclear. Currently, we heard about a grey, blue, brown, and green, so on, right? So now we have pink hydrogen. So we have to start somewhere, whether we want to wait for the green, pink, or whatever, or we can start to work with black or grey hydrogen for the use of whatever industry. For example, in the energy industry, there are some countries that have started to use hydrogen in form of ammonia for their power generation. So if we would like to wait until hydrogen turbine is ready and the cost is competitive, we are not going to reach there. So we have to have a short term for the utilization of hydrogen, but at the same time, the long term must be green hydrogen. Because after all, the initiative of hydrogen is for the decarbonization or reduction of CO2 emission. So yeah, that's what a bit I can comment.
Agree, it's a very, very sharp answer. The way I look at it, because we have to start somewhere. We must start. Like what Nike say, just do it. Nike punya caption, just do it. So only then we move somewhere. All right, Leon, you want to comment something earlier, Leon?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Mohamad. So I concur with Puan Noraija. So when we look at I think the planning for the hydrogen, in my opinion, I think we have to come back to the energy trilemma, how it provides in terms of affordability, the sustainability, and the reliability in the value chain. So in my opinion, in the short term, hydrogen can be utilized for the feedstock for chemical industry. Like Puan Noraija mentioned, in the ammonia is an NH3. And globally, more than half of the hydrogen produced in the world today is consumed in ammonia plants. So in the immediate term, green hydrogen can produce the opportunity to produce the carbon-free ammonia, and it can be deployed at a great scale. And in the medium term, the second phase, hydrogen, once it achieves a better maturity technically and commercially, hydrogen can be blended with the fossil fuel, like Dr. Mohamad mentioned. It can be blended with coal to coal burn in the coal combustion engine for more efficient and cleaner combustion. And at the same time, this we can leverage on the existing infrastructure, the machine, and we don't have to incur huge amount of capex. And this can be achieved by using the blue hydrogen or gray hydrogen that we have. And of course, over the long term, how we look at it is hydrogen can be used as a standalone fuel, and it can be used for the fuel cell that we are developing the pilot program. and is for the downstream application for mobility to heating to achieve the zero CO2 emission, and with only the water as a byproduct. And this definitely required the long-term planning horizon, and we have to invest significantly in new hydrogen-based asset class to monetize and utilize this green hydrogen.
Yeah, thank you, Leon. Interestingly, you mentioned about ammonia is N3H2, something like that.
NH3, yes.
NH3, yeah. So
Dr.
we can get, in fact, yeah.
Maybe
Dr. Roslinda, yeah. Sorry, tadi takut my chemistry lari sikit. So over to you.
Yeah, I just want to add in the technology perspective for the hydrogen. So if you want to look on the readiness, yes, we have to come up with what we call it as a BFASA. I mean, we have
phases,
like 12 the phases, and we may starting with the 12 Malaysian plan by looking at what are the homegrown technology that we are currently have. I believe kita dah banyak. We have a plenty of work, researcher that are working on the hydrogens. I mean, throwing an example, the fuel cells itself have been working with that. And then our agency, Nano Malaysia Berhad, also they have a certain numbers of the project with we divided into the hydrogen production technologies, and then we also have a numbers of researchers are working on hydrogen applications using indigenous technologies and also the storage technologies, as what the panelists are mentioning earlier. So looking at the short term, mid-term and the long term, I would say probably in the short term, we could enhance to formulate, of course, the adopt policies on the hydrogen economy, and we need to develop the technical code for the hydrogen technologies as well. We need to identify the feasibility entries for early adoption through continuous public, private and partnership. But on the next phases, probably 13 to 14, maybe we could have a look on the early adoptions, like the infrastructure of the building, on converting of the gas pipeline to the hydrogen compatible. And also we need to have something like building the energy storage. And of course, the next phases is going to be like a full commercializations that we have to become a model city powered by hydrogen. And of course, to establish the hydrogen production hub for global supplies, we have to look what are the technologies and the capacity of the building that we have, especially for the expertise on this particular area. I think that could be in technology's perspective, on my view.
Thank you very much, panelists. You are all very, very cooperative, very knowledgeable in your answer. I suppose I can go to my next question, which I think is a very interesting question here that I've come up with. Basically, understanding the various policies announced by the government, energy, the economy and environment aspect, such as renewable energy, 4IR, nanotechnology, STI, climate change, environmental sustainability, transportation. How do you see the existing policies are complementing each other to realize our hydrogen economy? With all these policies that being crafted all over, how do you see that all these policies can actually promote our hydrogen economy, our national hydrogen economy agenda?
Dr. Muhammad, maybe I can talk about on the Dasar Sains Teknologi Inovasi Negara, DASTIN, and also looking back on the 10 by 10 My STIE that have been presented, launching previously, and also what we are planning for our national nanotechnology policy. So we're looking at on the hydrogen economy perspective. It's actually we just leverage, if we leveraging on the 10 by 10 My STIE framework to move hydrogen economy, we know that the hydrogen economy is actually an underlying the force that directly or indirectly improve all the socio-economic drivers. For example, on the energy, we have a plenty of diversified renewable energy storage system, microgrid. So these are the key, I would say the technology. And then on the other specific of a driver, socio-economic driver, it could be in the smart cities and transportations, that an example of integrating the urban infrastructure and infrastructure management. and also the smart technologies and system, which is the next generation's engineering and manufacturing. So those are blended along the way with the hydrogen economy and technology. So I would say that the DASA Science Technology Inovasi Negara 10x10 and the other policy that has been launching previously is all connected, is all correlated each other, especially is a very big socioeconomic driver, which is energy. So hydrogen is part of it. That's my view.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Roslinda. Tengku, what do you think as from the policy point of view, Tengku?
Okay, for transportation, it may not be too soon for us to embrace hydrogen, if I may say, because comparatively, if you take EV as an option, EV, if you take the cost of using electricity and compare with using petrol in other countries such as United States, it is actually 4 times cheaper. So therefore, electricity is actually becoming a viable option. Not so at the moment for hydrogen. We see that more research needs to be done in order for us to ensure that the cost of producing hydrogen can be low so that it is competitive with other sources of fuel. We also see that, of course, in the long term, there will be a depletion of petrol, and therefore hydrogen is being sustainable. It can become more and more viable the more towards the future that we go. I also see that a very critical element would come in terms of, for example, Paris Agreement, the one that we are actually reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. And at the same time also, if we take a look at a bit more long term than that, by 2050, a lot of countries are actually heading towards carbon neutral. So once we talk about carbon neutral, that means that the total emissions compared with the carbon sink that we have in each country has to be zero, has to be balanced. And therefore, at that time, hydrogen will definitely be a viable option in order for us to meet this need. Petrol is really going to be an option at that particular moment. So therefore, which are valid over there, by that time will actually be renewable energy based, such as solar, such as hydrogen and so forth. Hydrogen is definitely going to be the future, maybe not so now, but definitely once we actually have a main target of 2050, for example, if Malaysia also wants to join the bandwagon of heading towards carbon neutral, then definitely we need to head towards that. I definitely see that hydrogen is the way forward in the long term, and therefore we can do things to facilitate it, to make it go faster, such as going into more research, as what the MOSTI is doing towards and other universities in helping out making things cheaper by using this technology. And therefore, once it becomes more viable, commercially viable, we can actually implement that into policies in order for us to identify the targets and timeline for us to make it be part of the action items in the long term. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That remind me, in China now, they are actually, when it comes to policy, China used to support EV as incentive for them to manufacture EV by giving support by the government. And now they're shifting, there's no more for EV, but for hydrogen cars, production of hydrogen cars in China. And also in Malaysia, we are not behind in the sense that I remember in the last budget presented by MOF, Minister of Finance, Tengku Zafrul, he did give some incentive to the importation of hydrogen commercial vehicle in our budget. And any importation of commercial vehicle for this year and the next 5 years will be tax exempted. So when you say we have to import buses, taxi for the purpose of commercial vehicle, we get that tax incentive. So I think we should say grateful to the federal government, Putrajaya, for that matter, for the initiative. So maybe from the wise men, the professors, maybe Prof. Ashad, you like to comment? I see you have been very anxious want to say something.
Anxious is the word that's normally reflecting my character. Okay. Anyway, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that when we talk about hydrogen energy, we are not talking about a cheaper option right now. Maybe in the future it can be a cheaper option, but right now it is not a cheaper option. But it is more of an option that deals with our desire to make the world as a better place of living. So to reduce carbon emission, to capture as much as possible as carbon through very different initiatives and so on. So what I believe we should be doing now, starting immediately, focusing on all the blue hydrogen initiative that is possible, we should enhance. And then as a government, because as you rightly mentioned about the policy shift in China, for example, from EV into hydrogen. From EV into hydrogen, basically, once you mature the motor technology, then what you are doing is just replacing the fuel. So it's battery versus hydrogen will always be an issue that we have to deal with in not only in transportation, but also in dealing with excess energy. For example, when we have excess energy through even hydro, for example, we can produce hydrogen as an energy carrier, or we can keep electricity generated in the form of batteries. So there's always the economic and other consideration that we have to deal with when we talk about battery versus hydrogen. But what I'm suggesting when we talk about something for the future, perhaps the government has so many different policies which is supporting each other, and in terms of direction, we are okay. We have the general framework that going in the right direction. However, I believe if we can have something impactful in terms of showing example. Let's say, for example, we have Putrajaya as a city that is going to establish something more cleaner energy, for example. So the public transportation program for Putrajaya, for example, dealing with hydrogen as a fuel, for example. Okay, either through buses or through trains or whatever. So if we have some examples of that nature, like in the old days, in the early 2000s, the Japanese take the approach of hydrogen village. They introduced several hydrogen villages in Japan, where the household are using direct current from hydrogen, from fuel cell, and also the hydrogen network is provided to that village. So if we can come up with something like that, maybe somewhere Kota Samarahan, if Putrajaya is the matter, but I believe if Putrajaya become the icon, that will be something very interesting and very promising to the public to embrace the need for cleaner energy, because there's always these conflicting things. When we want something cheaper, but we also want something cleaner, something better for the future. So somehow some compromise, not really compromise, shouldn't be a compromise. Some adjustment based on timing. If we want it earlier, we have to sacrifice something and make it earlier. If we want to wait and see, we will be always the last.
Correct. Agree.
So that I believe we can move forward quicker if we have some sort of program that I mentioned, Putrajaya as a clean city.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. I think we are on the same page. In fact, Sarawak government is actually proposing our ART, like LRT sort of to be powered by hydrogen. That's communicating. You mentioned Samarahan just now. So Samarahan to Kuching, we by the year 2025, we talking about we should be having that ART powered by hydrogen for Kuching Samarahan link. So as you say, like correctly, Prof, very far-sighted indeed in terms of your thoughts, line of thoughts. Thank you, Prof. Before maybe I just move to the next question, which I think also rather interesting, but I don't know whether our panelists can help me to answer this. Hydrogen economy cuts across various ministries in terms of functions. In our opinion, in your opinion, any of your opinion, which government agency should lead this policy and regulatory framework? And when we talk about hydrogen economy, maybe Ruslinda, you from the.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, I think from my perspective, it should not be a one ministry lead. It has to be, working together with all the ministry. For example, all like KASA, KASA, MOT, MITI, MOSTI, KPT, and SEDIA. And you
Don't
see,
forget
I
MOT,
think,
Don't forget MOT.
yeah, I did mention MOT. So we have to work together for this purpose. And also for the regulatory, of course, we have a numbers of the standard setters and regulators in Malaysia, such as MGTC, TPM, MyPol, and then we have a certain university as well, like UKM, UTM, TVET, Jabatan Standard, Malaysia, SEDA, SIRIM, NGO. So it's not like a one-man show, but it's more on we have to connect each other for this purpose. That's my view. I think since most currently developing the hydrogen and technology roadmap, we are not doing alone. We are connecting with the MGTC and with the other relevant ministry as well to come out, and the industry participations to give an input to see where are we heading, what are the challenges that we are facing, what are the gaps, where should we press, and where are we heading, like in the short term, mid term, and long term.
Very good, Doctor. Professor Siti, you have been very quiet. Do you like to comment?
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Okay, I agree with Dr. Roslinda. All the agency and also ministry have to come together for the real big agenda. Also, I think we need to involve the producer and also the manufacturers, as well as the supply chain and logistic providers like TNB and also other industry players. And we can see like Petronas, IMW, they're also the market access provider. So basically to realize the economic hydrogen economic vision, not only involving the agency, but also other industry as well as financing providers like MIDA, MOSTI, and also even the EPU, and also MOF. So I think what we have to do now is that I agree, although it's from the previous question, is maybe what we can see is that to get the hydrogen at cheaper prices is maybe it's going to take quite a long time, but then the main focus should be on demonstrating all the plants. Particularly, I think Sarawak Energy have done that, but I think we should have more demonstrate plan with the current stakeholders and also industries. Besides that, we also have to raise awareness, not only on the agencies, but also the awareness to the public, as we know that they are quite resistant to hydrogen. And also, I also actually, from the perspective of institution, we need some supports from the government in terms of research. So, of course, research is been done in IPTAs. However, they need to have some programs to innovate new inventions and also support from the government through R&D. So that is my opinion.
Prof. Siti, you echo Noraziah punya opinion earlier. So maybe Noraziah, you like to say in this?
Yes, the question is which government agency should lead the policy and regulatory framework? I think it's very clear, right? We are looking for a leader, the agency to lead. But I agree with both answer by Dr. Roslinda and Prof. Siti. There is no one silver bullet or one ministry can cater all, because hydrogen, it cut across all ministry, transport, energy, environment, and everything. But the keyword is synergy and working together. But what I like now is that the development of the roadmap is being put under MOSTI. It looks quite relevant, because MOSTI can be like the champion or the custodian of this hydrogen economy to cascade down to other relevant industry as well as ministry. And synergy and continuation and awareness as well as communication plan, it is very important that all the related ministry, but throughout the value chain, meaning to say that the industry provider, like what Prof. Siti says, the users, the commoners who don't know what this hydrogen is all about. So it's not about finding the leaders, but it is about how we communicate the plan that has been set up in the as a country's aspiration. I think that's what I can add on in this one.
Thank you, Norazia. You correctly say that. In fact, we can take one example. The organizer of this webinar, MOSTI, they should be spearheading and supported by other ministry. This is my personal opinion. I'm nobody, but I think this is my opinion because they are into technology. That's where Rosalinda come from. So anyhow, that one I leave it for others to deliberate. For now, because we have quite constraint in time. So I have another question which I like to seek opinion of the panelists. With regard to what they call STI niche area, climate change, mitigation action, transportation strategic trust, and then nanotechnology action plans, renewable energy target for IR. What are actually the specific industry and areas should be priorities? Maybe if you know any reason for it, maybe Leon, maybe you like to comment since you're talking about industry first.
Yeah, Dr. Muhammad.
Do the opening salvo, they call it.
If I look at the industry that we spell out and look at the background of hydrogen happening for the last five years. I mean, 5 years ago, we hardly have any webinar and talking on hydrogen. Actually, to realize the green hydrogen, the main key element is renewable energy. If we look at the renewable energy policy across the globe, I think since 2014, the number of renewable energy power plant put up start to increase more than the conventional fossil fuel power plant. So that is where the shift of the renewable energy came in the energy landscape because of the declining cost of solar panel and the wind power across the globe. So it become cheaper and economic since 2014 and 15. And from there, with the number of renewable energy coming out across the globe, they need some kind of a storage to manage the intermittency. And when we talk about storage, then we have battery or hydrogen or some other form of storage. And that's where hydrogen start to come into a big way into the picture. And when industries start to realize that in long term, if the country want to rely in the renewable energy, and some countries they don't have renewable energy generation capacity because of the geography and because of the size of the country. So there need to be the way to import renewable energy. So when they're looking for ways to import renewable energy, they see that there's just no other way other than hydrogen at the moment. We cannot ship a big lithium battery across the big vessel and send from one country to another. So they start to realize that if my country have to import renewable energy in the form of hydrogen 20 years down the road, why don't I start to develop the downstream of it in terms of mobility and in terms of application to adopt hydrogen? Because once the country brings the hydrogen, it's more economic to put the hydrogen directly into the application rather than transform the hydrogen into the electric and put the electric into the electric car. So it's a different objective from different countries. So I believe that renewable energy policy will be a key enabler for hydrogen, for the green hydrogen.
Okay, good, Leon. Very good answer. And that remind me, when if I am allowed to answer my own question, so I believe optic-wise, when we talk about hydrogen economy, we talk about hydrogen, the sense of the need to hydrogen, it always boils down to transportation, pollution. Like if you go to India, New Delhi, they say that you can't hardly see the sky, and same goes to if you go to Shanghai, Beijing or somewhere there, you can, the environment is full of smoke. So therefore, that's where China decided to emphasize on hydrogen as an fuel, EV previously, but now they're going to hydrogen. It's much more healthy for the environment. Maybe Tengku, you had comment about that. Which industry? Do you think that transportation sector or industry should be the one to be emphasized?
Okay, Dr. Abdullah. I also echo comments from Mr. Leon in terms of the focus should be on renewable energy, because this is the main driver at the moment, because the world right now has seen directly, for example, the impact of global warming. You can see floodings happening all over the world, in Germany, in China, to the extent that we have not seen before. and the temperature also is the highest that we can see. Even Canada last time have shown a temperature of 35 degrees Celsius. So these are all triggers that you know that the world has to see and has to realize that actually we need to actually focus on renewable energy. And of course, right now, as you rightly mentioned out, the pollution of it is actually coming from the transportation sector as one of the areas. It's actually 30% of the GSG emission in Malaysia is coming from transportation. So, and that also is not actually covering only within the country, and that's not counting out the pollution coming from the aviation industry, from maritime industry, and so forth. So therefore, we definitely need to look at renewable energy, and hydrogen is one viable option in order for us to look at this in the long term. Otherwise, we will suffer the consequences of climate change. And to kickstart this, perhaps we can also have, for example, pilot projects on this in order for us to kickstart the initiative and what we call that, and garner interest. And that's what you have rightly mentioned out earlier also, to show that it's actually safe, so that it doesn't explode and things like that. Maybe have hydrogen-based cities or whatever, that a higher percentage of the infrastructure over there in that particular town, in that particular city uses what they call that the fuel pump availability for hydrogen, and start small first in order for us to create the critical mass. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tengku. Members of the panelists, I'd like to remind that we're supposed to end by 11. So now we only have about less than 20 minutes to do a roundup. And I have a long more list of questions to ask, but then again, and I have a very good panelist member here who have been giving very intelligent, smart and sharp answers to all these questions. So I am very grateful. So my next question is basically, MOSTI is currently leading the development of hydrogen economy and technology roadmaps in Malaysia. So how do you see that your organization, SEB or UKM, UTM, for that matter, I don't want to ask Dr. Roslinda yet, maybe TNB, how does your organization, what do you call strategies or action plan that can provide the development to the roadmap? And what are the relevant strategy or action plan that you may share, that is in line with this effort by MOSTI? Maybe Prof. Ashad, from UTM point of view, what can you actually contribute towards this roadmap?
Okay, thank you. Before I answer that question, probably I want to have a quick comment on the previous question. Particularly when we talk about the priority and so on, what we need to give or to focus immediately and so on. So if we look from the perspective of economy, this is also relevant to the roadmap. Okay, if we look from the perspective of economy, Malaysia as a small nation, but we have the advantage of our location having neighbors that we can take advantage, or we can become a leader within this neighborhood, within this community. I give an example of from an economic perspective. Okay, Sarawak did the right thing. Okay, we've been talking about these issues in the 90s when we were looking at Bakun, for example, where we possibly have excess of energy and so on. That excess of energy can be converted to hydrogen, and then hydrogen become the energy carrier. We were discussing about this long time ago, and today we have seen that as a result. And it's a big advantage for Sarawak, for example, in this particular case, is that the shifting of Indonesian capital to Kalimantan gives us a big opportunity for becoming energy supplier. So if we can focus or capitalize this particular agenda, for example, then the hydrogen production should be one of the key development area that we have to develop. So in UTM, for example, apart from developing hydrogen technology, hydrogen production technologies through, we heard about pink, we heard there is also yellow hydrogen. Okay, we are working in all. For example, when we talk about we were thinking along the line of having a nuclear power plant some time ago. I'm not sure whether it is still continuing. If we have, for example, a nuclear power plant, then there will be an excess heat. That excess heat is basically a source of hydrogen production, energy source. That will be a key driver for hydrogen production through the heat from hydrogen power plant, which is typical, where we can have an electrolyzer based on thermal process like copper chloride and so on. We can produce hydrogen using heat. Okay, and at the same time, we also, as I mentioned earlier on during my first presentation earlier, is that we are very interested. We in UTM, for example, is very interested in developing something that is more direct. So that's why we were working on other technology that is basically not yet commercialized, like photoelectrochemical process, which is now seen as not viable because of the low efficiency and so on. We believe in such thing will materialize in future. So we continue on developing all the new technologies as part of the role of university. In addition to the need to find novelty to produce PhD and so on. But when we talk about as a roadmap, when we talk about the need to educate the public, then the best option is basically, to me, in my perspective, is that it's a transportation. Transportation basically will involve the public directly involving in transportation. So if we want to educate the public and go with this hydrogen and sustainability agenda in the bigger scale that is sustainable, then transportation should be one of the key focus. So my suggestion on the pilot project like Sarawak has been discussing on the Kota Samarahan trip to Kuching and so on. I think if that can be enhanced, and I still would like to see that in Putrajaya also. Because it's an icon of the country, it's a capital. So if we have that capital, like we had the BRT in Sunway, the BRT in Sunway, it is symbolic of a city that is sustainable. If we look at how Sunway developed the concept of BRT connecting the hospital, the university, and so on. So if we can have something like that to Putrajaya as part of the roadmap, that will contribute on the education part to the public. The rest is basically we as a university will continue to carry out technology development, research and development, and human capital development to support the industry.
Yeah.
So okay, I think due to time limit.
Good, Prof. Very good. Because the way I look at it, the roadmap will remain a roadmap if there's no action plan, if there's no action to it. No? So I think that's where everybody have to chip in their contribution towards to realize the roadmaps in order for us to see hydrogen economy prosper in Malaysia, for that matter. Now, Dr. Roslinda, one or two words from you on this. I think you're on mute, Dr. Roslinda.
Okay, yeah. All right. I think I'm echoing what Professor and the other panelists was mentioning. Yeah. When we come out with this roadmap, of course, we need to collecting all the efforts that has been conducted throughout. I mean, not only the industry, the researcher, university, agency, and so on. Yeah, I believe we need to work together, and it's not part of roadmap is not only a roadmap, but again, the implementations is the most hardest parts, and we need to, lay off. I mean, we need to. How do I say, bring all together and prioritize who are the expertise on this, and we're bridging the gaps and make it all this works and successful.
Okay. Thank you, Roslinda. It's very short and very sweet answer just now from you. I realize, you know what, my question as it goes down to the lower question become easier, you know. The question become easier. So maybe this time around I need Norazia from TNB to answer this lah. Basically, what is the current strength, weaknesses, opportunity, threat. What do you call towards hydrogen economy for Malaysia? What do you think, as a researcher yourself? What is the SWOT of this towards hydrogen economy for Malaysia? Over to you, Puan.
Correct.
Senior.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad. Wow, this is among other challenging question. But talking about advantages, I think we have discussed about these advantages throughout this morning and for the past few days. So I don't want to touch that much about advantages. Because with the hype of this hydrogen economy these days, right? You see, not only Malaysia talking about this hydrogen economy, worldwide is talking about hydrogen. Hydrogen now is like the new fuel. That everybody is talking about hydrogen. And when you started to talk about something, you talk about the good thing out of it, right?
Yes.
So
correct.
not many people, not many discussion or not many webinar or anything that you attend are talking about the bad or the sad side of this hydrogen.
Yeah.
First one is not according to the priority of the challenges, but the first one again is still the public perception of this hydrogen. So people are not confident that this hydrogen is going to be safe and reliable, and we cannot show them the guidelines, the policy or everything towards this hydrogen yet. The second one is on ensuring this hydrogen. I mean, I'm talking from energy industry point of view. Where does this hydrogen helps in terms of our energy trilemma index? Is it going to bring it even lower, or is it going to help it to go towards the higher index? Because when we're talking about energy trilemma, we are talking about the security of the energy supply, the affordability of the energy supply, as well as the sustainability of the energy supply. And I think hydrogen is very much tackling in terms of sustainability, but in terms of equity as well as affordability, it is still questionable due to the cost of the hydrogen energy itself. And currently in Malaysia, we don't have that many real players of hydrogen. I mean, we see Sarawak Energy, they have moved so fast, but towards the transportation industry. But others, most of other industries, we grow a bit organically in terms of hydrogen. Among other is due to the funding and everything is not there yet. I can say that nowadays, if you're talking about today or two years later, hydrogen projects, big hydrogen, commercial hydrogen project, it is still not a bankable project. So when the project is not bankable, it is quite difficult for us to move into the commercial scale production.
Yeah.
So
in the case, Rosia, for that, I beg to differ. Basically, in Sarawak, for example, hydrogen actually is going to be private initiative. So the government just provide that initial. For example, one Australian, second richest Australian for Australia, he's going to invest $2 billion in terms of hydrogen production in Bintulu. I think Leon can confirm me that. This Twiggy, his name. So he's coming to Kuching after this, and he's going to meet our chief minister and to put proposing a $2 billion investment in hydrogen production. So these are where we look at the private sector can actually come in. So government just provide the initial what do you call the seed sort of thing So I think that's where I a bit differ to that. I believe hydrogen have a good one. Of course, Nozia, you have a right platform to highlight the disadvantage because the question is opportunity, threat, weakness of this hydrogen economy. So you made a very good answer just now, Insidia. So,
Ahmad, if I can give some input.
Boleh. Just one or two words.
Okay, I think from my point of view, Malaysia has the strength in terms of know-how and also the fuel. When we see the weather, we have hydropowers, we have all the biomass, and this actually will support the future hydrogen economy. Besides that, we can see, although we can see many challenges in terms of cost and also in terms of the size of the fuel cell, as mentioned earlier, if the system, we can see a very positive growing trend in research, in institutional. So that can make succumb to support the government to realize the hydrogen economy. So that is my input in terms of the time of Malaysia.
Yes. Thank you very much, Prof. Siti. I think you made that closing remark already for this one, because we already we run out of time. We only have about less than 6 minutes left, and before I hand over this session to Abraham, I would like to extend my the greatest gratitude to all the participating panelists and of course the audience who is with us for the past 1 hour. Time flies, and the sharing is honestly is being very very productive, and the way I look at it can be a source of data for the organizer or MOSTI for that matter to enhance their roadmap and therefore move Malaysia forward towards this hydrogen economy initiative. And very grateful to Cik Samsul who managed to convince me to moderate this session today, though I have to miss a lot of other appointments. But to me, hydrogen initiative is very important to drive the nation forward. And I believe this is a small contribution of mine to engage with the wisdom I look at it of the panelists. So with that, maybe just we have about less than 5 minutes. Maybe anybody last call to comment, just 1 or 2 words only before I close it. If there's none, and thank you very much, everybody. I would like to pass over this session to Mr. Abraham, who have been on standby. Thank you very much. Over to you, Abraham.
Thank you to the moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, for the marvelous handling of the session. We are very much into the engaging discussion on hydrogen economy by the panelists. Thank you again to all the panelists for taking your precious time to be with us today. I thank again Insignio Tengku Kaha, Dr. Roslinda, Mr. Leon, Professor Siti Khartoum, Insignio Norazia, and Professor Arshad for taking your precious time to be in this strategic lab. You may now excuse yourself. Now, we will be having our Stakeholders Lab Session 2 starting at approximately 11 a.m. The moderator for the second session will be Technologist Samsul Baha Muhammad Noor. Now, Technologist Samsul Baha Muhammad Noor is the Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Centre, the primary driver for green technology and climate change development under the purview of the Ministry of Environment and Water Malaysia. Prior to joining the purview of the Ministry of Environment and Water Malaysia, he was the Vice President for the Sustainable Business Network Association Malaysia, the primary driver for the integration of sustainable development goals into business practice. Now, without further ado, I will now pass my microphone to the moderator for this session. Please welcome Technologist Samsul Baha.
Thank you, Abraham. Thank you for the introduction, and welcome all to the final session of the 1 week long discussion that we had since Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. We appreciate very much all the efforts made by all the panelists throughout the whole week. And today we have yet another discussion and with the strategic lab moving forward to make Malaysia a driving force in the hydrogen economy within the ASEAN region. I'll be moderating the session, and we have 6 panelists, experts in their own field. We have from the policymakers, technologists, producers, researchers, and I will introduce them one by one. And then I also wish that they could introduce themselves in detail, telling us share their experiences as well as sharing recommendations and proposal, what the government needs to do, what needs to be done. And I would like to make some changes here. Instead of just giving you guys 2 minutes to talk, you can even talk for 5 to 10 minutes. Just be free to express yourself. And after we have making all the rounds with each one of the 6 panelists, then we have the question and answers, and the question and answers are also directed to anyone that wishes to answer, which we believe that you will have an impact, full discussion. So let's have, the word is santai, a santai discussion today. Let's be casual and feel free to talk. I will start with the first presentation and the first panelist by Mr. Kamaruzzaman Kamaruddin. He is the Deputy Director from National Nanotechnology Center. He will just explain briefly to us what are the tasks and responsibilities of his organization, and he will then create this dialogue, this conversation going, because we believe that there's so much that we can actually be discussing, and the opportunity that we have is huge in terms of the potential to drive the economy in Malaysia. Over to you, Cik Kamaruzzaman.
Okay, thank you, Tuan Samsul Bahar. A very good morning to everybody. Assalamualaikum. My name is Kamaruzzaman. I'm basically a section head in the Technology and Product Development section of National Nanotechnology Center. And one of our tasks as a division regarding on hydrogen economy is actually on the building up how to develop a roadmap known as Hydrogen Economy and Technology Roadmap. With that, I would like to request permission from the essentially on this technology economy and roadmap is to look on the scenario setting what is happening actually in Malaysia regarding about the technology, regarding about the economy that is going to be developed by the Malaysia, for the Malaysian, for the nation. And since I don't want to take much more further information on this thing, so I would like to pass back to Tuan Samsul Bahar to give the floor to other members. So as we go on during the discussion, we can actually discuss further and in more detail. Over to you, Tuan Samsul Bahar.
Thank you, Cik Kamaruzzaman. So the takeaways from what Cik Kamaruzzaman mentioned is that they are crafting out a hydrogen economy roadmap. And I believe the roadmap will be produced somewhere in September, if I'm not mistaken. November.
It should be finished and to be presented to the high level people should be in November actually.
Okay. It is great that we can actually have the roadmap we did this year itself, so we can dissect in and actually deep dive and find ways and methods how to ensure that that particular roadmap are being implemented as best as we can. All right, moving on, I would like to go on with the second panelist, Mr. Colin Patrick. He is the Head of Innovation, Group Research and Technology, Project Delivery and Technology under Petronas. The floor is yours, Colin. Please proceed.
Good morning, everybody. Session virtually. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, good. So it's so as you mentioned, I'm the head of the innovation, but there is a second function that I'm doing, which is future positioning, and this is very focused on hydrogen. So it's indeed an honor for me to actually be one of the panelists here in a strategic lab on hydrogen economy, having touched hydrogen since 2018 actually. And my first exposure in 2018 was with Sarawak Energy. So I was seconded from Petronas to Sarawak Energy for the two things actually, to bring in the the first production and refueling stations, as well as the blueprint for the state economy. So I since then I'm back in Petronas. Just to say a few words about how Petronas actually evolved from the beginning, from a humble beginning actually. So today, Petronas is known as a progressive energy and solution partners and reaching life for a sustainable future. So this is who we are today, right? From us is that it's a humble beginning 47 years ago and with headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. But fast forward today, we have made some presence in the world, significant presence. We have employed about 48,000 people across 80 countries across the world in many various hydrocarbon businesses. And today, I can proudly, as a Malaysian, say that Petronas has made its mark in creating a homegrown, made in Bangi, winning formula for us to actually win 7 times F1 World Champions, right? 7 times. So it's a significant feat for us. But moving forward is more important to us. Being sustainable is the way of business. And our aspiration is to be a net carbon zero emission company by 2050. That's our long-term goal, actually. And I'd just like to focus a bit more on hydrogen because today is talking about hydrogen and economy. So hydrogen being the lightest molecule and potentially providing us the promise of a clean energy of the future. Petronas itself, if you probably, and not many people know about this, we produce about 500,000 tons of hydrogen internally, but that's for our own process, for the refinery and petrochemical. And recently, as in last year, we have done what we call it a report in a sustainable disclosure report. We indicate very clear the stepping out strategy as a solution provider of hydrogen. And for us, future-wise, the need to have a low-carbon hydrogen or zero-carbon hydrogen, and what we call it today is blue or green hydrogen, will be the key towards a sustainable hydrogen economy. The market is still in the early phase and still nascent, but the potential to offer decarbonization is tremendous. Last but not least, I'd like to proudly share some of the work that we've done with our local research partner, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, in delivering our very first hydrogen electrolyzer pilot plant in Bangi. So in the end of last year. So this is another technology, we call it made in Bangi, MIB. The technology is targeted to deliver the cheapest cost of production for hydrogen through the use of cheaper materials and a super efficient design. With future collaboration, we hope that we can create a pathway towards hydrogen economy in Malaysia and H2 market in general. So that's my starting point. Over to you, Tuan Samsul.
Thank you, Colin. Indeed, Petronas have went through a long journey since the inception, and I like it very much that you are having the net zero carbon initiative by 2050, right?
Yes.
So this would be emulated by other organizations as well, and we hope that we would be able to reach that particular target much sooner than later. And this is yet again another objective to be sustainable in the future. Thank you very much. And that MIB is great because MGTC is located in Bangi. So we like that word very much. Thank you, Colin.
No problem.
So next, I will introduce the Secretary General of the Malaysian Gas Association, Encik Rosman Hamzah, to share with us the experience that he have with the green hydrogen economy or hydrogen for the context. Over to you, Encik Rosman. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Samsul. Assalamualaikum and good morning and salam sejahtera. So thank you to KASA, MOSTI and also MGTC for inviting MGA. So before I actually began talking about hydrogen, allow me to first introduce the Malaysian Gas Association.
We are a non-profit organization, a non-government association with more than 125 corporate members serving the entire value chain of the gas industry. We are basically well known or widely known as the lead advocate for the Malaysian gas industry. We play a prominent role in promoting engagement, discourse and dialogue with key stakeholders to develop a vibrant and sustainable gas industry. So the Malaysian gas industry has been actually fueling the Malaysia's socio-economic growth for several decades now. So on hydrogen, we believe that hydrogen should form part of Malaysia's future energy mix. How far in the future will be depending on the demand and also commercially viable hydrogen production technology. Just to mention that MGA is also a member of International Gas Union or IGU. So essentially IGU is the global gas, the global voice for gas. IGU has actually positioned hydrogen as one of the future clean gas that they will be advocating. In fact, at the end of the year, they will be releasing a report on renewable gas, including hydrogen. So it's just this month that IGU actually presented the case for gas to the G20 countries. Now the G20 countries is having a meeting in Italy. Italy is the current president of the G20. So as a regional coordinator, MGA president, our president, presented the case for the South Asia and Southeast Asia countries. From what we learned during the session, we learned from our counterparts from the other region, it's like the countries like Australia, Chile, even countries in Northern and Southern Africa are seriously considering hydrogen as an export commodities. But the problem is to find demand. Okay? So from the session, we also know that countries like Japan and Germany are the two leading countries that have at the moment serious proposal to create demand. But apart from these two, I think we learned also Korea during this forum. Korea is also one of them. But apart from these three countries, not many countries are that advanced in terms of creating demand. So to me personally, that venturing into hydrogen should not be a feel-good hobby or just mere carbon offset. So we shouldn't be just, I want to do a carbon offset, let's do that. If we are serious in hydrogen as energy option, so we need a realistic, comprehensive plan and roadmap. So I'm glad that Encik Kamrul Zaman has mentioned that just now, that we are going to embark on the hydrogen roadmap. MGA a few years ago called for the drafting of the natural gas roadmap, and we are quite pleased that the natural gas roadmap should be released sometime this year. So we're waiting for it to be released together with the national energy policy. Okay, so back to the roadmap. What they call it? We can become a major hydrogen producer and exporter. We've done that before with LNG. We are now when I joined MGA, we were number 3, top 3 in the world. Now we are number 5 with Australia, Russia, and also America overtaking us as the largest LNG exporter. So we have the potential to be a hydrogen exporter. But I think more importantly is we need to also reduce our own GHG emission. Okay, does export reduce our GHG emission, or are we helping the other countries reduce GHG emission? So we need also to look into our own GHG emission. So in my opinion, that we need to create a domestic hydrogen ecosystem by creating demand on establishing a domestic supply chain. We have seen before that by creating a natural gas supply chain when the transmission pipeline was laid in late 80s and during 90s, there is a boom in terms of gas demand, and because of that, you have an established ecosystem of producers, transporters, and also consumers together with the supporting industry that brings in billions into the Malaysian economy. So we should look into hydrogen, into building up the domestic supply chain. And also now the buzzword is talking about circular economy and figuring out how the hydrogen can become a circular economy. So MGA, we volunteer to be part of the roadmap, Encik Kamrul Zaman, so do keep us in mind. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have experience in with drafting a gas roadmap. Moreover, several of our MGA members, including Petronas, Colin, is already venturing into hydrogen. And also we believe that we can leverage our international association with the likes of International Gas Union to bring in expertise and also knowledge sharing. Okay, thank you for giving me an opportunity to do the opening, Samsul.
Thank you, Cik Osman. I do concur with you that hydrogen needs demand. Without demand, there won't be this economy of scale. And with that, the price of hydrogen will still be hovering about what, $7 or maybe some of the green hydrogen talking about $15. I would share this presentation that I had earlier on today when the earthquake hit Japan in 2011. The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant was hit bad, and it created the energy crisis in Japan, and they were scrambling to find another source of energy that could be the particular energy for sustainability, and they opted for hydrogen, and they have created the Hydrogen Society in Japan. And as you know, the whole Olympic show that's going on now is being powered by hydrogen. So we are looking at that particular future. It is not something that we are just thinking or taking it out of the blue. We hope that it can become reality. And for Malaysia to be involved, we have a lot of circularity. You talk about the circular economy. We have a lot of waste that can be converted into hydrogen. Pome from the palm oil mills, for example, using the steam methane reforming, you can produce hydrogen. Biogas, you can produce hydrogen. Even excess water, solar, for example, you can use the electrolyzer to produce hydrogen. So there are a lot of technology out there. Either is being from Malaysia or is from the overseas that would be able to produce hydrogen. So, and I agree as well on the energy sector, actually the main contributor to the greenhouse gas emission. And the transportation industry are taking a big chunk of it. I think gas is about a quarter of the emission made. And to have the transition from the ICE, internal combustion engine, to electric vehicle is very timely. And we are looking at that, and KASA has just produced the low carbon mobility blueprint and hope to be adopted soon, where you will see electric buses, electric cars zooming everywhere. But it needs a lot of infrastructure to be done as well. And part of it is also hydrogen. So the hydrogen fuel cell is very much into it, and which bodes very well with the next panelist, which is Professor Dr. Muhammad Al-Sayef Nasif from UTM. Because UTM have done a lot of studies and also a lot of research on hydrogen. And I've even seen the ICE car being converted into an electric vehicle at UTM. So, Professor, would you like to elaborate more on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for also having me in this interesting forum. My name is Muhammad Mahmoud Al-Sayed Nasif. I'm a Deputy Director of Center of Hydrogen Energy in UTM. We basically operate from two sites, one in campus of Johor Bahru and the other one in Kuala Lumpur. Our history started back to the year of 1997, when we started as a fuel cell research group. And we acquired grants from ERPA on those days, and we work jointly with UKM. So we are basically like the first to start the fuel cell research and hydrogen related technology in terms of R&D in the country. So after this, we thought of moving to a bigger scale. We were very ambitious. So in 2009, few research groups were merged together to form what's so called Institute of Hydrogen Economy. And along the way, we rebrand ourselves to Center of Hydrogen Energy after merging with other energy-related institutes, such as OTEC, was led that time by Datu Baka, and also we see Center of Electronic Engineering Systems, and we form what's called Institute of Future Energy. So we become part of the Institute of Future Energy. We secured a total fund of more than 15 million, those in major projects under strategic research plans. Basically our vision is to be a leading institute in R&D of hydrogen-related technologies and innovation in this area. And we target to work on development and deployment of hydrogen-related technology. We currently have more than 14 members, staff between members and associate members, professors and associate professors, and so on, and supporting staff. And we have a large number of students actually working in R&D in this area. So our area of interest is basically production of hydrogen. So we work on conventional production methods, such as steam reforming and so on. Also, we work on green processes. We develop our own electrolyzer, and which is powered by solar panel. And also we work on mainly in application of hydrogen, because people wouldn't realize hydrogen until they see it in their own life. So for this, we developed a few major demonstration projects, including fuel cell integrated with solar, a racing car. We also developed the fuel cell motorcycle and fuel cell wheelchair. We have also developed a small refueling pump in our campus, and we have also fuel cell backup system for the data center. So these are major demonstrating the application of hydrogen, so that we can convince policymaker or investor, whoever, of how the hydrogen is going to work in their life. Because one of the main challenges we face always when we attend conferences and meetings, they ask when hydrogen is going to be in our life. Our colleagues working on phytochemistry, working on product development, they can quickly develop product. But for us, we've been for so long trying to establish ourselves and establish a research project that can be convincing. So that's basically how we do it. And basically we aim to continue our efforts, because one of the main problems that we have before, between one project and another, we have interruption, means lack of fund. Because at the beginning, this kind of research is strategic research, and it's the main source was ERPA actually, to get the fund, where we get 15 million, as I mentioned. And between one project and another, we train students, and so students basically migrate, leave, go somewhere, and we have to train new people, when we get the other project and so on. But we did some efforts that to incorporate our, like hydrogen and fuel cell to the syllabus of undergrad. And that's interesting, because fuel cell normally is a postgrad research, but successfully we introduced the fuel cell course as an elective course in the final year for the students. We try to attract the attention so that they can pursue further studies in this area. Also, we are now introducing hydrogen technologies also as one of the elective courses, and we are grouping them under renewable energy. So under renewable energy, you get one course called hydrogen energy technologies, and so on. So our main investment actually is on the development of the manpower and in the technical competency, those who can operate and work and handle this hydrogen-related technology. I think that is all from my side for now.
Thank you, Professor. I do agree that capacity building is important. to form within the hydrogen economy context. We have the technology available, and universities such as UTM, UKM, UTP, just to name a few, have really developed the technology. But my question to you, Professor, later on you can actually be answering them. Why has not it yet been commercialized? But before you answer that, let's go on to the next panelist. Think about it and share us your thoughts. Next, I would like to call upon the producer of hydrogen, which is Mr. James Kong, the COO of FCT Galaxy. And Mr. James, if you could just share, introduce us your company as well as the objective of being the hydrogen producer in Malaysia. Thank you. Over to you, James. You are mute, James. All right.
Thank you, Chief Samsul. I'm really glad to be here today to have the pleasure to address this wonderful crowd. I'm the COO of Galaxy FCT. Just a matter of correction, we are not really a producer of hydrogen. We would like to be there someday. We are actually a hydrogen technology company with a patented process, worldwide pending, for the rapid and efficient release of hydrogen gas from a solid chemical compound, sodium borohydride. This is a core factor that allows for the delivery of hydrogen on demand. This will allow us logistically to bypass the need to fight the physics of hydrogen gas along the supply chain. And as the supply chain of hydrogen gets longer and longer by the day because you need it as green fuel, this is going to be more significant in the future. In short, what we do is an ecosystem that probably would try to make the storage, logistics of hydrogen simple, safe, and cost efficient. I think we are very excited today because there is an opportunity to actually grow this ecosystem into something that could potentially be a solution to two of the most difficult issues that we are facing to navigate the climate crisis. Issues that do not really have very satisfactory answers for today, based on what the technology is. The first, it provides a scalable infrastructure-like solution. See, if we look at most of the solutions in the world today, it requires a lot of infrastructure. Of course, infrastructure is good and perfect for certain circumstances, but there are a lot of places in the world where an infrastructure-intensive strategy may not be possible or affordable. So I think the world needs a balance, a combination of different technologies to actually resolve climate change, especially if we need to do something significant within 10 or maybe plus minus years, and with the climate change accelerating. So second thing is that clean long-term energy storage. Batteries are great for time shifting. That means you produce energy now, you use it later. But if you talk about long-term storage and you only discharge a battery once or twice or a few times in a year, the economics is going to be pretty bad. So solid hydrogen or sodium borohydride can be that green molecule, which can be stored for long periods in a way which is simple, safe, and cost efficient. There's a potential for this eventually if you can bring down the production cost to replace fossil fuels over time, as the world needs to do. And I think that we have an opportunity to do this by hyperscaling in the same way that people are doing for green ammonia today. I would love to be able to co-locate sodium borohydride production together with ammonia for the same reason that it works off the same principle that you should be making energy cheapest in the place which has the best competitive advantage in the world. And by co-locating it with ammonia, it's actually very complementary because not everywhere in the world has ammonia facilities you can reach. But sodium borohydride, because it's energy dense, non-flammable, non-explosive, and you can handle without pressure and at ambient temperature. So this makes it very easy at the back end, and there's no energy needed to be extra energy needed to release hydrogen from sodium borohydride. So which makes it a good last mile and efficient last mile solution. So if you can co-locate this together with ammonia, I think you can, and you actually do manufacturing or production at scale, I think we will be able to bring prices down to a level which is very meaningful for this to really and meaningfully scale. And I like to sort of, get more people into this ecosystem, because it's an entire ecosystem that needs to develop for this to be effective as a solution for climate change. Thanks.
Thank you, James. That is solid state hydrogen, right?
Well, I guess you can call it solid state, but it's not. But I don't want to confuse it with, hydrogen is solid. It's basically, hydrogen which is in the form of an energy-dense chemical, which can be chemically released by hydrolysis at the end user location. So what we do, we basically keep everything very safe because it's non-flammable and energy-dense. So you only release the hydrogen gas as and when you need to use it.
Through electrolysis.
Hydrolysis.
Hydrolysis. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you, James. Maybe you can elaborate more on it further. And I believe some of the technologies that we have here are quite well versed of the sodium borohydride as well. Thank you, James, again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply, I apologize that what happened. We have a real high-tech broadband at my office here in Bangi, but then somehow or other it got disrupted. Well, anyway, thank you again, James, for your insights, and we believe we should be producing more of the sodium borohydride in the future as a means to actually, as well as be able to transport hydrogen to location in a safe manner. Our final panelist is a lady, Ms. Sandra Horn. She is the director of HT Energy Sdn Bhd. I got it wrong with James earlier on. That you are not the producer, but then again, I hope that Sandra is the producer because we need that particular mix here. Over to you, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Encik Samsul. And I want to say a very good morning to all our colleagues from the hydrogen circular economy that we have here with me, my peers. Thank you very much. Yes, we are a standalone hydrogen producer. The company name is called HT Energy. It was incorporated in Sarawak 2017, still a very young company, but we are actually a oil and gas company. The group is actually H2 Energy. HT Energy is now known as H2 Energy to reflect our trademark, and it is part of a bigger oil and gas group. And the group have this mission and vision actually to power growth through renewables. And our first endeavor was through H2 Energy and with our proprietary green hydrogen energy storage, basically to catalyze green hydrogen as a sustainable, decentralized and off-grid renewable energy carrier. This market, there is serving a market of sizable of about 2.2 billion globally from 2022 to 2024. That is the figures. We are affiliations of the Alliance of Rural Electrification, which is based in Brussels. And that's where all like-minded companies and players like H2 Energy will congregate and see how best we can continue to promote hydrogen and other means. Basically, today is more on hydrogen as the, I would say, the preferred decentralized off-grid renewable. We are also a member of the Sarawak Hydrogen Association. We are currently piloting a project in a rural clinic in Sarawak, and that have actually garnered us some recognition from the Alliance of Rural Electrification for our best practice in electrification of rural clinics, and also Energy Award for the through the innovation segment through the Singapore listed company award in 2020. Next slide, please, Nadia. Why hydrogen? Because hydrogen is a green technology that, as I shared earlier, our focus is on the value chain along rural electrification. There's around 600 million people who have no access to reliable energy. Decentralized solution is basically a scalable. Decentralized basically is sorry for that. Is the least cost to power more than half of the population by 2020. And to do this, it's a very big ambition. There will be a requirement of annual investment of about 40 billion in order to achieve this by 2030. And why do we move into this direction? Because it's impact focused, high social impact, it's sustainable, it's scalable, rapidly deployable because of the size of the system. It's easily for wide rollout, especially when you talk about a project that where you have to roll out a sizable sites for clinics, for settlements or other facilities like schools, telco tower, and so. Of course, critically, it's zero emission and it's consistent with the carbon reduction and carbon zero goal initiative that globally that we are trying to meet by 2050. Next slide, please. Just to share with you our building blocks, our H2 building blocks that we have piloted now at the rural clinic. It's simple standalone system that harvests the renewable from solar and water into the electrolysis. That's how it breaks into H2O, and the hydrogen will be stored. At the moment, oxygen will be disseminated out into the air, open air. We are still working on how best to capture that. And during nightfall, when renewables are not at its peak, the fuel cell will draw the hydrogen from, and that's where it will power the electricity. At the same time, water can be recycled back for the purpose of the electrolysis production and also for many other usage, especially in rural sites where clean water is also paramount. Next slide, please. What do our offerings? Because it's very critical here when we talk about using hydrogen as an energy carrier. It is critical to bring down the cost. So at the moment, I would say that our offerings will still involve some form of solid state, hybrid state, as you can see, solar PV, then the storage segment where we can have solid states and also the hydrogen, and then the fuel cell energy servers, and this is the whole ecosystem. If we need to have more information on the technical side, that would have to be in a separate session where I can get the engineers to come in. So basically, the system comprised of the solid state, hydrogen gas for long-term storage, the fuel cell, the smart energy management app, because we are talking about rural sites. It's very critical that we are able to control and monitor it remotely. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this system is added by the software-defined energy management system. You can actually just manage through clouds and mobile app. Next slide, please. This is actually our third generation, just to share with our fellow colleagues here. We have gone through a learning curve since we first conceptualized solar H2 as the preferred energy carrier for energy storage for rural electrification. We have started from electrolysis with hydrogen generator, and we have evolved to a PEM electrolyzer. And today we have even scaled it further down in terms of sizes from the size that we used to have before. And we have improved from a power logic control that you need to have a personnel at site to now using a control monitoring app via a mobile app. Next slide, please. Just to introduce, this is our first project in Sarawak, which was been given the consent by the Ministry of Health for us to start a pilot project and at a clinic. A study has been undertaken by the project team on their power requirement, and we have come out with the system. Of course, the system has been rolled out at the site in 2020. However, due to the current movement control, our team have only managed to get it commissioned and running at 70%. So you can see it from the next couple of slides that Nadia can share. All right, the building block for the clinics, as you can see, it's meant to produce power to power all the appliances and equipment in the clinic, and critically freezer, especially for vaccine, not just during COVID pandemic time, even in normal time. It is also important that they can able to perform, it's not full service, partial service in the rural side. And of course, the doctors will always share with us the water, clean water is critical. So we has incorporated freshwater makers to ensure that the clinic can enjoy also clean water supply. Now, this is possible through a supply of a consistent and reliable source of electricity. Next slide, please. This is just some of the photos on what the team have done at the site. Long Loyang is about 5 hours from Miri Town, Timber Road. So to roll out this project, the normal project management is not sufficient. We need to work with the local community, the whole ecosystem actually, on how best to deploy it timely, especially to meet the weather challenge, which can create a lot of challenges to the deployment at the site. Next slide, please. Of course, the key benefits of H2 energy, carbon reduction, is a sustainable and circular system, as we had shared earlier. It's a 24/7, 365 power supply. It's very consistent, scalable. We can do as small as 25 kilowatt hour with economic of scale, right up to utility scale for different purposes, not just for clinics, even for off-grid facility like the mines and so forth. It's compact, modular, and transportable. As we say, most rural sites, the critical challenge is the terrain, and that is very important. The features of it is very key. Next slide, please. Of course, the benefits of comparing with other off-grid, we have the diesel generator, we have the battery, we have of course, the hydrogen energy storage. And basically, in terms of levelized cost, if you take it over the lifespan period of about 20 years to 25 years, you can see that the hydrogen energy storage is very compatible to battery. Of course, for diesel, it's much costly because of the operation cost actually, and then the transport of diesel on a regular basis is also added up to the cost. of these of the levelized cost of energy. Next slide, please. Going forward for us, we are honored to be given an opportunity to pilot a rural clinic, and of course, with the success of the pilot study, the pilot project, we intend to roll out into more facilities like the rural clinics in East Malaysia, the settlements, the schools, and also facilities like island army camps, telco towers, mines. These are these decentralized facilities who also will require a very competitive cost of energy. Next slide, please. Through our pilot efforts in Sarawak, we have gained recognition through the Alliance of Rural Electrification, where we are currently also partners in Abu Dhabi and Australia to look at how H2 Energy could support them in also their drive to move into the hydrogen as the preferred energy storage. Next slide, please. Our business model is basically, we believe in constantly working with key partners like technology partners who are the manufacturers of the fuel cells, the electrolyzers, the software system, and together with the universities to actually study the needs of every customer because it's customized. And that's how we improve our product. And basically, the key important for our value proposition, besides giving reliable green energy, it's important that it's cost effective, low maintenance, minimum supervision, because that's important. And basically, we have two options, either through the sales of the solutions or the sale of power, depends on the client's budget, the client's need. So in short, I would like to say that we promote hydrogen as the key contributor to energy transition. It is an effective and also an environmental friendly energy carrier. And we would be honored to see how best we can contribute not only to the Malaysia hydrogen economy in terms of your roadmap, how we can value add, especially in the area of off-grid and rural electrification. Thank you very much, Dr. Samsu. I hope I did not take more than 5 minutes there.
Oh yeah, you took longer than that, but we are quite inspired though, because your focus is on the rural areas, trying to help the needies, the one without the electricity and all. Thank you very much for the sharing the technology. I've heard quite a bit about the H2 energy, but then again, I was not aware that the particular technology has already been implemented in Malaysia. So perhaps we can actually introduce it in other parts of Malaysia as well, particularly in islands, where some of the islands in Malaysia are depleted of electricity. Now, this comes with... Can you like to share something then?
Yes, because just now when you straight away introduced me to make the introductory remarks, I was struggling to find my slide actually. So I have less than 2 minutes to share what actually been transpired or what actually is undergoing in...
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So just want to share with everybody. All right. What we are doing now, especially in MOSTI, which is highlighted by my good senior in the same school, alumni, Mr. Rosman Hamza. So together with MGTC, together with Academic Science of Malaysia, together with Nano Malaysia Berhad, agency under MOSTI, we are actually embarking on developing this hydrogen economic and technology roadmap. We just finished together with MGTC and Malaysia Berhad and Nano Wi-Fi on the scope 1. There are several scopes, and I do believe Tuan Samsu already mentioned that this roadmap should finish at least by November of this year. So basically what we are looking for is on this matter, we have done on the global benchmarking on hydrogen economy, and we have also do on the ASEAN benchmarking of hydrogen economy and policy in terms of national target, achievement, economic instrument, industrial value change. And I would like to inform to all the audience who is actually watching and listening to this, based on our first phase of our study, we have identified several socio-economic drivers using the frame of 10-10 MySTIA framework by academic science. We look at hydrogen is a very major impetus in terms of energy, water and food, which actually explained by Madam Sandra, especially on agriculture and forestry, even the smart technology and system, smart city, environment and biodiversity. And as you can see on the above side, we are not actually limiting to any kind of hydrogen for production. So be either gray or blue or green. And if we listen to the session one, they even say about pink hydrogen, which is from nuclear, and brown, which is only from, if I'm not mistaken, from coal, burning of coal. It doesn't matter, but what we want to know is actually what would be the value change of hydrogen from the production, from the generation, and transmission, distribution, storage, and eventually on the end user. Along the way, there's a various kind of technology has been developed or currently been developed, or either it's been is in the realistic manner or pragmatic manner. It doesn't matter, but we are looking at what actually in Malaysia we already have. And Mr. James mentioned about the infrastructure, about and so on or other things. But what the most important thing actually, how hydrogen is going to produce sustainably, how hydrogen is going to keep on pumping throughout the value chain until it being used at least at the consumer end part of it. And then I just want to show you another important thing. This is actually, no matter what we are going to do, mostly what actually we know that in terms of mobility, in terms of trains, in terms of fuel cell, electrical vehicle, which is mentioned by Professor Muhammad Mahmood, or even of heavy duty, Airbus is looking on the aviation. This representing what will be the future of the ecosystem hydrogen that we can build in Malaysia. In my opinion, based on the studies that we have finished or for the scope 1, there are about 6 more scopes that need to go. I do believe hydrogen economy is already here in Malaysia. It may be localized somewhere here and there, like what Mr. Madam Sandra has shown to us, basically, and what actually Mr. Rosman Hamzah had mentioned that, okay, about Malaysia Gas Association, what actually Professor Mahmood have mentioned, and what Mr. James has mentioned, calling and so on. We already have hydrogen economy. We do already have the manpower. We do already have the infrastructure. Now, what we need to do is actually how we can work together. And if I can recap what actually been mentioned on yesterday last session, it's been chaired by Chairman of MGTC, Professor Dr. Abu Bakar, and they say it doesn't matter what kind of hydrogen, as long as the hydrogen can be used by the end user. That is the most important thing. In my opinion, we can say about gray or green or blue or pink, it doesn't matter. But the most important thing, how we want to bring the hydrogen into the kitchen. That's my opinion. From hydrogen, from the either from the whatever patronized complexes or either from electrolysis, from charcoal or ammonia and so on, how we want to bring hydrogen at least to the kitchen. Once we have able to done that, then it means that we are successful. That's my opinion. Thank you for the time, Tuan Haji Samsul.
Thank you, Sheikh Amarul. Bring hydrogen to our doorstep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true that we have too many category of hydrogen. We have pink, we have brown, we have blue, we have gray, we have green. But if you look at those particular ones in nature, gray is already there since the beginning. Now they are moving towards blue, which Petronas are working on it, as well as other oil producers in the world. You talk about Shell from Brunei, you talk about Aramco, but to migrate to green hydrogen is another sort of transition that needs to be made, where the source will be solely coming from renewable energy. But taking the transition is a big leap. And I would assume that the price of the gray and blue and green would actually varies in the initial stages because of the demand, as what you mentioned earlier on. So now, if we were to look at that particular prices, what should be the best price that we can actually be having it? As we know, the hydrogen, if you use hydrogen as opposed to petrol, it can actually produce 4 times the distance that is required. So maybe instead of diesel price from Malaysia, which costs about 2 ringgit, you times 8 of that, it is actually at par. Maybe a little bit more, about 10 ringgit. But taking into that particular context, what would be the ideal price of hydrogen that the numbers of fuel cell vehicle would actually jump up? The usage in the industry will actually be increased. Power plants will be turning into using hydrogen as a mean of the source. Can I have that particular answer from any of the panelists you would like to share? What would be the ideal cost of hydrogen for it to be deemed commercial?
Okay, I will not touch on the cost. I will just relay our experience. So when we were looking into promoting LNG as transportation fuel, basically if you compare gas with diesel, gas, what I call it, if you use the equivalent energy, equivalent whatever, gas is basically cheaper than diesel fuel, for example. This is also the case where a lot of switching from diesel to natural gas is happening at the moment, whereby we also are now supplying gas not just through the pipeline, it's also through supplying LNG through tankers to those customers who are not connected to the pipeline. Okay? But when our experience trying to promote the utilization of gas for heavy trucking or heavy haulage, for example, the challenge that we have is not really on the cost of the fuel per se. It's more of developing the infrastructure, developing the fueling station. The thing is, what they call it, even though that the trucks can travel from JB to, let's say, Perlis without refueling, for example, you still need refilling station in JB, you still need refilling station in Klang Valley, you still need refilling station not along the North Highway, that kind of thing. So that's one thing. The other thing is also the cost of conversion. Okay, to convert from a diesel truck to LNG fired truck, LNG fuel truck is also another cost. So if you calculate all these new investment costs, you will find that whatever, even probably even if you give the hydrogen for free, you may have an issue of trying to compete with the other gases. So to me, you need to look into like what Kamadama said. You already have the structure. You need to basically look at infrastructure. We need to look at the hydrogen fueling station for transport, for example. How many do you need? Kind of thing. We have cases where we have, I think recently we have NGV, what they call it, fuel to the taxi, and then you will see that there's only a few NGV stations, and you can see the queue of taxis at the NGV station because there is a lack of. Taking from a lesson from the NGV, another thing that we should not do is fix the price and force the price, because this is not sustainable. The reason why NGV is not growing in in Malaysia at the moment is because the supplier is being the price is fixed, so the supplier is not getting getting any profit out of it. So that's one thing. So when we look into trying to price something in the future, we need to basically put everybody on a level playing field. So you may talk about carbon tax, for example. That's one thing. The other thing that we need to look at is also what you call it, is it wise to fix the price? Okay, natural gas price has been fixed for quite a number of years, and hopefully by 1st of January 2022, the natural gas will be sold at the market pricing. So when you sell something at market pricing, then the producer or the supplier will have the opportunity to participate in the market. So it's not restricted to one or two players who can actually absorb the subsidy to the gas. So we do not know what's the right pricing for hydrogen. That's why I think there is a long pause when you ask that question. Nobody wants to give that answer. But some things that you can learn from the natural gas experience is basically subsidy is not sustainable. You need to have a level playing field. You need to open up the market. That means you shouldn't say, okay, for hydrogen you can only buy from this company, that company, that company. You need to basically give opportunity to people. So that's what's happening in the natural gas in this market now. That anybody can. We have more than 12 registered shippers, suppliers with Energy Commission to supply gas in Malaysia. So I think Kamu Zaman wants to interject me for some reason.
No. Go ahead.
Okay, jangan salah faham. Okay, basically I just want to add what actually Mr. Rosman has said. We cannot put all sector in the equal playing field. Okay, for example, what Madam Sandra and her company have done is very good. It's for energy sector. It's for rural. So it means that it's more for electrical supply. So in that case, her technology or her kind of infrastructure is best equipped at this moment for that kind of situation. So for example, in island and so on, because you want to build the grid, energy grid, electrical grid, it's going to cost you maybe billions. So for rural area like in Sarawak, okay, I have a soft spot for Sarawak actually, Ms. Sandra, okay, but that one is a different story. But what I want to try to say is that for that kind of situation, it's good to have that kind of infrastructure. But now, when we look for hydrogen for future, people can always say whatever price they can quote, but in terms of production, is a typical different way. For example, like Mr. James has mentioned on using the boron hydride and so on. For his kind of technology, for a specific, maintaining a quality, maintaining a production, so that kind of nanomaterial or material, even though it's quite costly to be used or to supply, it can be done because his section is more for a quality kind of control. But imagine for mobility, we know that, for example, like what happened to, I can't remember the name of the company or the container ship that actually blocked the Suez Canal. Most of that is actually using diesel. Now, imagine a technology in about 5 or 10 years that can put in the container ship using the seawater to keep on generating hydrogen fuel for the mobility of ship. That's one thing. Airbus is looking for that thing, but maybe that one maybe takes about a couple of years before it can able to materialize. When it comes to car is very dear to any one of us. For example, like Mr. Rosman said. Now, at this moment, just assuming petrol is about 2 ringgit per liter. Okay, can hydrogen beat that? That's one thing. Second, about the car is equipped by ICE kind of infrastructure, internal combustion engine. To have a car that can able to accumulate hydrogen tank and so on, maybe it will cost a lot more. Now, most of the car, for example, just take Toyota, Honda, or Nissan. I'm not actually promoting that kind of brand. Most of them already have an eco mode. So if you put just one full tank, about 80 ringgit, actually you can move around nearly about 800 kilometers. Okay? So I can say that because I have Nissan and Toyota, so I already measure it. So it means a full tank, about 70 ringgit or 80 ringgit, you can move to and fro about totally about 800 kilometers. So it means that hydrogen, but don't be disheartened. What actually hydrogen has been done, especially for Toyota Mari, they said they can go to 1,000 kilometers from the south part of France up to Paris is about 1,000 kilometers. So it means that hydrogen engine car is already at par with ICE. The eco mode is some kind of achievement. But now, can we bring down the price of the car with respect to having a hydrogen converter engine? That's one thing that we need to consider. So my opinion is that hydrogen should be there, but how we want to focus for the end user, especially in this country. What actually Madam Sandra has done, I mean, her company is good because it means that it serves the community. The way I see it, the best way to measure the technology adaptation, especially on the economic side of it, is actually can it be received positively by the community. From there, we build up. And when it comes to the grey or blue hydrogen by Petronas, the infrastructure is already there. Petronas already pumped billions of money there. So can we utilize that to speed up for the short term? But all those things that actually been built by Professor Muhammad Mahmud in UTM or other university, okay, let it go, let it build up. At least it can catch up. But for short term, utilize whatever the infrastructure that already available in Malaysia, move from that. That's the reason why we have this hydrogen roadmap that actually been a close collaboration with MGTC and also academic science. Also
thank you, Sheikh Amarul. Okay. I agree with both gentlemen, with both of your insights. Infrastructure is important. You mentioned that the anxiety of those using the NGV, right? They have to race towards getting their car to be gassed up. There's a problem that I face. I drive an electric vehicle, and when I go down south, or I go I go up north, the anxiety starts to build up. I get to say Pago, and I only have about 80 kilometers left in the battery. So where do I go? You got to search on that. Yes, I agree that the infrastructure is important, but then again, you talk about the Toyota Mirai. Currently, they are selling about 450,000, 470,000 per car. But this is because of the demand. You work on the economy of scale. If you have the demand, then you can bring down the price. How much will a Tesla cost? Tesla will cost around, say, 800,000 ringgit. This is together with all the tax given in. How much would other cars being manufactured in China cost? And I guess everybody would share this and understand that there's a $5,000 car produced in China. Perhaps it's just for the town driving. But then again, if we can actually use within that context, then we can actually be pushing it down. So it all boils down again on the infrastructure that you create the demand. It all boils down again with the demands of the hydrogen. If the producers can produce so much and the demand is much higher, then it's easier for them to get and produce them. And I understand that the price of hydrogen needs to float. You cannot just have a certain price. It got to be like a MOPS or the crude oil for Brent to actually have a certain floating of the prices. But I would like to touch on another area which I hope I can have feedbacks coming from all. If hydrogen is so much abundant, is huge, is everywhere on earth, from the solar, from water, from waste, why has not it yet been commercialized? Professor Mahmud talked about the technology that you have. You haven't commercialized yet any of the research done. Sandra, you mentioned that you have the H2 energy system up running in parts of the world. You have in Africa, you have in Australia, Middle East. But then again, why has not it yet been actually exposed to the rest of the world? Is it because of the understanding? The awareness is not there. We go back to the production of it. Is it expensive? But I assume that your ROI is quite small, right, Sandra, in terms of purchasing the machine and getting back the returns. So why has not it yet been commercialized?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'll leave to Professor.
Yes, Sandra.
First.
No, you well, because you are in the business already. Well, we when we started, actually, we have developed, we have few patents, and we approached industries actually, and most of them, they wouldn't take it. They wouldn't take it for various reasons. one of the problems is they are not sure, how this, because we started very early, and actually I'm happy to see Ms. Sandra presenting this kind of concept. We have been trying. We presented to Mendef, we presented to Modonas, we presented to Petronas, we presented to Proton, we presented to all of these people, and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work for them, because it's the kind of require support from top management, policy, and many other things that get involved in this process. But the main thing actually is, again, the perception. When you tell people, okay, you're gonna replace the fuel with the normal LPG or NG with the hydrogen, they talk about safety. That these things, they have seen the spacecraft, being, exploded in front of them. They call from the history Zeppelin, balloon, and nobody really investigate in details what is the cause of such accidents. This is why one of our area of interest in my institute is basically hydrogen safety. And just to prove it, it's just like any other gas that you need to be handled in a similar way. But the main thing, as I said, is still the the cost. And being a research institute, I've been approached one time by somebody. He wants to have a 10 kilowatt fuel cell. Then he asked me, okay, I want it in 1 year. Can you do it in 1 year? As you know, when in research institute, the lack of sustainable fund to support the research wouldn't make it, really grow in a way that, can be take off. We need industrial partnership, which is not there. And actually, one of the main issues that to push this hydrogen technology is to integrate, to get the industry with the research universities, with all the stakeholders work together. So starting from the ustaz or the religious man who can, talk about that. I've seen in Germany, people like the bishop going through the conference, talking to people who are, using non-polluting technologies. They are telling them this is polluting. Why you want to destroy, the universe, for example. Social side, all together. But the main thing, actually, the lack of investment. People actually are reluctant to invest in this particular technology. And as you know, at the beginning, it's very expensive. When you talk about a motorcycle prototype of 1 million ringgit, so Modunas wouldn't take it. They wouldn't take it. And we have approached them. We have approached few companies, but it's quite difficult. And I'm glad to see that Ms. Sandra managed to, we have a similar project proposed in 2005, in 2006, in 2008. We proposed smart grid. We proposed, green campus approach. Various actually, including fuel cell boats. We try actually LRT also. All this we have tried, but it's a lack of trust, or for the local universities. People are waiting for the technology to mature, then they can buy it. Okay, that will the easy way, but not to support the homegrown. I don't know. We can always deliberate the reason for that, but there's a lot of research in local universities that's not been taken. Why? Because people buy it easier to develop it. I mean, they don't want to involve in R&D. They want to get the product ready. I think that's my.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Prof. The problem is trust. Is it safe enough to use? But then again, if you look at OTEC, for example, OTEC has already been operated in Hawaii, been operated in Japan. But why has investors not coming in? So perhaps the investors are still looking at the more natural way of producing electricity. Solar panel, you have a project in the large-scale solar, you are able to get funders. That is definite. But then again, you talk about to produce hydrogen from electrolyzer using solar, would you have available funders to back you up? So again, they're looking also the context of the demand. Where should those particular hydrogen be sold to? So I think this is a problem that we're looking at. But looking at the other part of it, Colin, I would like to ask this question particularly to you. what Aramco have done in the Middle East, I've never been to the site, but again, I saw it from the satellite view. They have a huge complex of solar farm to produce hydrogen, and they are really pushing for it, and they're getting some of the backers from Japan to actually teach them on the producing green hydrogen. Would Petronas be embarking on it? Or because, as you said, to have a decarbonization by the year 2050 is a huge call. So what are the steps that Petronas are working on, looking at different sort of technologies to produce hydrogen perhaps, or perhaps to invest in companies? Because as Professor Mahmoud was saying, that we need more investors, we need more money to be plugged into the ecosystem. And Mr. Kamaruzaman mentioned that as well. To have this roadmap, the most definitive thing that we need is investors. We need foreign direct investment, we need domestic direct investment. Would Petronas be able to assist and help it? The fledgling or maybe the technologies to actually increase their production, or having research and development being done. You mentioned earlier on that you are working with UKM. So can you elaborate more, Colin, please? Thank you.
Sure, and thank you for that interesting questions. There are multiple questions in that one sentence. The first one is that, are we going to be looking at what Saudi Aramco is doing at? They have their own reasons, they have their own drivers to do that, right? They are situated in an area where they are middle of Europe and the Far East. When we look at, this is through our experience, when we look at hydrogen, the demand center and the producing centers are technically far apart. So demand centers for us are the Far East, the Japan, the Korea, and China to a certain extent. So when we look at that, we're looking at why this demand center is flourishing. Why are they able to do it? So there's a lot of things that comes into play here. The ecosystem, I don't think we heard any word if ecosystem here mentioned, but the ecosystem is really important. And that was one of the things that I was preparing for the blueprint for Sarawak, which was looking at the ecosystem. Who needs to be in the ecosystem? There are at least about 7 or 8 stakeholders that needs to be in the ecosystem. And that is what we're looking forward to. I mean, when we do a due diligence of, as we say, we decided to go into hydrogen in production for green hydrogen a few years back, and we identify UKM because they have been in this business for more than 20 years. And with Prof. Ramli around, he's like the father of hydrogen. So we come to him and says, well, Prof, what do you think needs to be done? So of course we had a 101 session with him. It's quite refreshing to know that there are a lot of activities being done in Malaysia itself in developing technologies. But what we see the lacking is from academia to the pathway to commercialize or to the marketplace, there needs to be a lot of things. I always say that you solve a problem in the sciences, 1/3 of the problem solved, but the 2/3 of a problem lies between the lab and the marketplace, because you need to make sure that the whole value chain, the infrastructures has to be established. So to me is that the situation of a chicken and egg is going to exist here, right? How do I break this chicken and egg? So it has to be something that the company must have a goal, and Petronas made it clear. We want to achieve net carbon zero emission by 2050. It's still a long way to go, but you need to build your building blocks today. So we have established our new hydrogen business unit last year, and I'm in charge of the technology itself. So I have faith in what our local universities are doing. Sorry, Prof. Mahmoud, I've not come to your doorstep, but what I have seen a lot as UKM, they already have a fuel cell center in UKM itself, which is Fortunately, he's just my neighbor, his next door neighbor. So I'm glad that he's my next door neighbor, right?
Actually, we started together. We started in 19. Actually, the whole thing was parallel, and they were more specialized in fuel cell. We were more specialized in hydrogen production. Anyway, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. We can pick up this discussion. So what is our game here? We want to play to win for Petronas. So for us is that we want to make sure that number one, we are able to supply whatever colors of hydrogen that the market wants. So today they want gray, they want blue, and hopefully the gold standard will be the green hydrogen. But it will take a while before we can reach there. The reason why we are investing a lot, in particular technology, will be in the production, because that's the first thing that we are concentrating. But when you look at production, the biggest costs is not the capex. The biggest cost is the opex, which is the electricity tariff. So I have to look at my ex employer, Sarawak Energy, because they have abundance of electricity, renewables, and whatnot. Those are actually the biggest costs. 60-70% actually the cost comes from that. So if we understand the breakdown of what actually is the cost, then we can actually tackle it one by one. That's number one. Number two is I have to see what does it take to make this supply chain viable. For me, if I want to build a machine, electrolyzer, unfortunately, I have to get 90% of the parts from overseas, right? We couldn't get anything that is in Malaysia that could help us. Of course, the simple parts, the plates and everything, metal plates, we can get it in Malaysia. But when it comes to a technical or technological material like membrane, electrode assembly, all of these things, we can't find it in Malaysia. We have to go overseas to get it. Although I'm happy to have my electrolyzer in Bangi end of last year, and we are doing a lot of experiments on it, but I can see that there is going to be a lot of journey here, because we need to build the infrastructures of supply chain here, right?
Thank you, Colin. Sorry to cut you short, but then again, I believe that in Encik Kamaruzaman, in our roadmap, we would actually be addressing that, how to actually produce the local technologies within our local context. Now, we are short of time. We only have about 10 minutes left. I would like to pose this question to each and every one of you. Now, let us play some wish list here. What do you want the Malaysian government to do? What do you want Malaysia to do to actually achieve this, to become a hydrogen economy nation, a society that uses hydrogen? So can you share your wish list? Just be bold and say whatever you wish. Even though I'm from the government agency, but we like to listen for you guys. What needs to be done? Can I start with from the first speaker, Cik Kamaruzaman?
Tuan Samsul, maybe you should ask me the last one. Maybe we should go from the industry, because they are the nearest.
Okay, I'll take that. Thank you. Guys, saw your name first. Going to the industry. Would James would like to tell us what is required from the Malaysian government?
Mr. James, you are mute.
Yeah. I just realized that. Thank you. I think we are at a very exciting time where there is immense opportunity to take a first mover advantage in solid state hydrogen, since everybody's using the term. Because, see, things have moved in all different parts of the landscape to make this a lot more palatable, a lot more viable than it did 10 years or 15 years ago, when sodium borohydride first arrived on the scene and was given a no-go by the US DOE. So, because two of the main reasons were, number one, people used to use it in a liquid form. And when you use it in a liquid form, the weight to energy ratio is actually rather poor. So you carry that much weight and get that much energy. So no-go. Another reason was that they raised was they thought the cost will never work out, and they pointed out, they were criticizing the Dow report when they were presenting this to say that you guys assume that you can get energy at 3 cents per kilowatt hour. That's not going to happen, which was correct in 2007, 2008. But the PPA price in Saudi today for solar on a 600 megawatt has gone down to 1.04 cents. And the trend is still that way. So, which means that the energy penalty for making sodium borohydride at the front end, if you do it in the best places on earth, will be going down every day, as we speak. So, and when that goes down, there is a huge multiply effect when we actually take the biggest pain up front and have a clear run on logistics, which will not go down very much. Storage, infrastructure at every inch of the supply chain. In fact, when you need to move out to the furthest parts of the thing to really scale, then you will see that all the infrastructure costs actually start going up because your supply chain gets longer.
But so what is needed?
Well, I think Petronas, if he looks into this research into the production, the entire ecosystem, as Mr. Colin put it, then you can actually look at the possibility of acquiring concessions in areas where you can, in the same way they acquire, basically power concessions or energy concessions, oil concessions, to be usually produce in the best places in the world and ship it wherever you want to. Ship it back to Malaysia, ship it to other countries for sale. I mean, it's the same core competency that an oil company has, and oil companies are the best people to be able to make this happen because they have petrochemicals, and the synthesis of sodium borohydride is a very heavy energy heavy and expensive process.
I agree with you because means of transportation is either using ammonia and solid state, as what you mentioned as well. So there are a lot of so it's how the particular user decided on the most feasible way of transporting. Thank you. Can I go to Sandra? What is the wish list? What you want the government to do?
Thank you, Encik Samsu. Basically, for us, along the last 3 years, we have faced many challenges from various stakeholders in terms of, I would say, acceptance in what the other speakers had shared earlier about the safety of the system, especially when you place it in a rural site. We took that in, we hear from them. The cost of operation and maintenance, we also hear from them. And that's how along the way, over the 3 years, we have moved towards our learning curve to how to improve the thing now to be able to be in terms of size, in terms of remote monitoring and control. And that's how we have able to bring down the price. And we also come up with various, how would I say, business model that to address the budget of the stakeholders. If you don't have CapEx, then look at OpEx and how we can fit into your OpEx. So I think as a rural off-grid electrification player that we have just started, we are still at a very nascent stage in pilot. We really need the adoption of the user. Actually, adoption is key because that's how you scale. That's how, when you scale, that's how you bring down the price.
Okay, so adoption. I was thinking that you wanted to ask for incentive or subsidy from government. Okay, all right. Thank you, Sandra. Let's go to Encik Rosman.
Okay. So mine is not really a wish list, it's more like advice because we consider ourselves as the bridge between the policymaker and also the industry. Before that, I would like to just point out, because yesterday's presentation, there was a presentation on the ASEAN Renewable Energy Hub. So it's basically 26 gigawatt of we're doing solar and also wind to produce energy. The space that they need is actually the same size as Negeri Sembilan. Just to point out, when we have to we have to consider that when we do the planning later, when Kamal Zaman do the thing later. So in our perspective, is basically we need a pragmatic and equitable path in the energy transition when we go towards a low carbon economy. So it means that there is no silver bullet. We need all types of energy. It's better if the sources are indigenous, like natural gas, biogas, or even can produce hydrogen on our own using indigenous sources, so we don't rely on imports. The hydrogen is actually a viable option, but we should not just purely focus on export. As what Colin said, we need to build out the ecosystem, a circular hydrogen economy that will benefit the country, build out the supply chain of production, delivery, and consumption. And also that the hydrogen from natural gas at the moment we see is as the quickest path to push this thing forward. Because if you have demand, quickest way to meet the demand is by hydrogen for natural gas. Then later we can talk about hydrolysis, we can talk about electrolysis, that kind of thing. And before I end, I would like to share our motto, because Kawan Zaman just now mentioned that we are coming from the same school. So the motto of our school is Cita, Usaha, Jaya. So it means that Cita means you have to have ambition, which we have. Now what we need to do is Usaha, we have to work on it. And Jaya means we will definitely be successful with the roadmap that is coming from Kawan Zaman.
All right, thank you very much, Rosman. I think you share the same motto as my chairman. Okay, now, can Professor Mahmud, your wish list, please.
Thank you. Well, from academia, we wish to to see a kind of promotion, for joint projects with industry, and that is actually will really have a tremendous effect on deployment of some of the technologies that has been so far developed and just kept on shelf. So if like some, I wouldn't call incentive, but sometimes there is for companies there is some kind of advantage when they have partners from academia or whatever it is. And also there is one area which is actually not spoken here, basically development of standards and codes. We always refer to natural gas, but actually hydrogen is different from natural gas. Actually, we can leverage on that, on the infrastructure and what we have for natural gas. But basically, in terms of safety and all this, codes and standards has to be developed, and along the way, who are the contractors, the certified contractors to build up infrastructure and all those kind of things, right? And of course, above all, if hydrogen is considered as one of the renewable energy sources, and promoted, that will be the best thing, because everybody will rush to, there will be money generated and there will be investments and all this. Otherwise, if the government, doesn't highlight that or mention that, nobody really, it will be like optional, if you like it or you don't like it.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Prof. Colin, any last response?
Just two. One is a strategy of adopt and adapt. I believe standards, financial incentives, tax breaks, and advocacy, very important. The second one is talent development. Find people that are very specific in this area. It's something that has been a bit of a gap here, especially when I try to recruit people. I have to look for far to get people in this area, right? There's two things. Thank you.
Thank you. Kamarul Zaman, you are last.
Okay, thank you. I try to sum up what Professor Muhammad Mahmud has mentioned, especially on standard. There are already ISO TC 197, which actually deal with hydrogen specification and technical, and ISO 1400 something on hydrogen fuel specification. So those things is already available at the international level. In my opinion, those were actually Mr. Colin had mentioned, especially in terms of the bridging between lab to the industry, is something that is very serious that we need to look upon. Because if not, from our first scope of scenario study, we already have, I would say, more than 200, 300 projects on R&D concerning hydrogen. It's more than that, it's more than enough. And we do have expertise in this area. But what Mr. Colin has said is actually bridging from the lab to the industry is the most critical part. That is where the two-third problem rise. The supply chain, blah, 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 and so on. There's so many things. But my opinion is that maybe we look at something that target that we can achieve. Very simple. I personally love what actually Ms. Sandra and her company have done. It is something that we don't think. It's a very small thing, but it has a tremendous effect to the consumer, especially to the community. Maybe what we want in terms of hydrogen, we shouldn't look for a big thing. We look something that can play a very important role, especially for the community. Based on what we have done so far, Malaysia is in position to be at least at the ASEAN regional hub of hydrogen production economy. And we have Petronas, and I do have colleague from previously from Petronas, and Mr. Rosman is here. Petronas already have the infrastructure. In my opinion, leverage on the infrastructure now. Don't create something new without we are realizing the final thing. When it comes to business or whatsoever, ROI will always be the issue here. Whatever technical, either we adopt or adapt, ROI still the main calculation that we need to do, because we don't want to lose business. We don't want to lose profit. Thank you very much for all the inputs, and I do believe Tuan Samsul Bahar and me, and also for those who are listening who involved in the hydrogen economy roadmap, Mr. Rosman Hamzah actually involved as a technical committee advisor to the roadmap. We will take all the information here, we will take all the inputs here, because what we want, as I want to echo back what I say in the first time, in the first session, in the first moment, we have this economy and technology roadmap is for Malaysia and for Malaysians. I do believe everyone here aspire to become somebody or something.
All right.
Thank you.
Well said, Cik Kamrul Zaman. Thank you very much to all. We ran out of time. Actually, we are running on borrowed times. Thank you to Prof. Thank you to Cik Rosman, Colin, Kamrul Zaman, James, and Sandra. A very fruitful discussion. Some of the discussion made really motivate us and inspire us. And we hope we can have a lot of ammunition, right, Cik Kamrul Zaman, for the preparation of the roadmap. And once the roadmap is already been launched, we need constructive criticism. This is what we need from all stakeholders, how to actually improve it and make it making Malaysia the particular hydrogen hub of ASEAN. Thank you very much to all, and salam sejahtera, and back to you, Abraham.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With the closing speech, we are coming to the end of our 4-day event. Thank you again, Datuk Seri Insignio Dr. Zaini Ujang, for the welcoming remarks, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah for the moderation of the first session, Technology Samsul Bahar Muhammad Noor for the moderation of the second session and the closing speech, our panelists from session 1 and 2 that have participated with us today, and all of the speakers, moderators, panelists, memorandum exchange parties, foreign agencies, and state embassies that have lent their hand in helping us to make the event more lively, diverse, and vibrant. We from the organizing team truly appreciate the effort and involvement given throughout these 4 days. I, as part of the event management team, appreciate the work done especially by our project manager, Wan Nadia, for the dedication and hard work for the event, along with our partner Cube. Sincere appreciation to our legal and business development team for preparing the memorandum documents, the corporate communication for the speech, PR and stakeholders communication, IGEM team for the advice and overseas, and others that I may not be able to include. Thank you everyone and every single person that has participated in this event and making it a huge success. We truly hope that this 4-day event will only be a start for a greater advantage for us to initiate the hydrogen economy in Malaysia. Everyone, please stay safe, take care, and thank you again for joining us for this 4-day event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye and have a nice day.